Namaskar and good morning. My name is Neeta and I would like to welcome mayors of Hariwan municipality, government officials of Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Pakistan, Bhutan, India, and all our distinguished guests. Before starting the event, if you have the language barrier, we are here to assist you. We do have interpretation device out there. You can please help yourself. Our team is there, ready to help you. So before we start the event, I would like to request you all to please rise up for the national anthem.
फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम भई फैलिएका मेची महाकाली सायो थुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम भई फैलिएका मेची महाकाली प्रकृतिका कोटि कोटि सम्पदाको आचल वीरहरूका रगतले स्वतन्त्र ज्ञान भूमि शान्ति भूमि तराई पहाड हिमाल अखण्ड यो प्यारो हाम्रो मातृभूमि नेपाल बहु जाति भाषा धर्म संस्कृति छन् विशाल अग्रगामी राष्ट्र हाम्रो जय जय नेपाल.
Thank you, everyone. I request everyone to please take your seats. Now, moving on, I would like to request Susan Chen, Asia Regional Director, GCA, for the opening remark.
So, good morning, everybody. I hope you had some time to network with each other before this event. But anyway, on behalf of the Global Center on Adaptation and our co-sponsor, DanChurchAid, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you, distinguished guests and friends, to the regional workshop on institutionalizing locally led adaptation in South Asia. I would like to acknowledge the Ministry of Forest and Environment of Nepal, who is hosting this event, as well as the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, known as FCDO, of the UK, for providing the funds for this regional workshop. So, as all of us know here, we are at a defining moment in human history. The climate crisis is no longer a distant threat, it is here, now, and affecting hundreds of millions of people worldwide. Last month was the hottest January on record, with surface air temperature of around 1.75 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial level. Global temperatures averaged across 2023 and 2024 exceeded the 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature for the first time in history. And while this does not represent a permanent breach, I hope, of the long-term 1.5 degrees centigrade target under the Paris Agreement, it is a clear sign that the limit agreed by the world leaders in 2017 is under serious threat and pressure. Every fraction of a degree of warming above 1.5 degrees centigrade increases the intensity and frequency of extreme weather events such as heat waves, heavy rainfall, and droughts. And we see the dire consequences on a daily basis. We are witnessing rising sea levels, swallowing up local communities, coastal ones, record-breaking wildfires in Australia, Canada, and the United States. You must have seen that in the news about all the fires in California. And prolonged droughts devastating crops across Africa and South Asia. Extreme weather events from hurricanes in the Caribbean to floods in Europe and Asia are displacing millions of people, leaving destruction and economic ruin in their wake. In 2024, in this region, as you know, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and in this country of Nepal, suffered from severe flooding that led to losses of lives and livelihood. If the current trend continues, by 2050, more than 1 billion people will be exposed to extreme heat waves, while 3.5 billion will suffer from water shortage. And we all know, without water, there's no life. So heat-related deaths are rising, vector-borne diseases like malaria and dengue are spreading due to shifting climate patterns. So this is just not an environmental issue anymore. It's a humanitarian and economic crisis that demands urgent and collective action. So turning the tide on climate change will require unprecedented financial and technological investments. The UN has estimated that adapting to climate change will require about 140 billion US dollar to 300 billion annually by 2030 and could reach 500 billion by 2050. However, the current global adaptation finance starts far below what is needed, with less than 50 billion US dollars allocated per year. We already know that without sufficient investment in climate adaptation and mitigation, vulnerable communities will suffer the most, and economic losses will continue to rise. We need infrastructure that can withstand floods and landslides, agricultural systems that can cope with unprecedented weather, and resilient cities that can manage extreme heat and flooding. Studies show that for every dollar spent on climate adaptation can yield up to $10 economic benefits. The cost of inaction is simply too high to ignore. So the scale of the crisis demands engagement at all levels: government, businesses, civil society, communities, and individuals. National governments must implement and enforce strong climate policies. Adaptation measures must be integrated into all sectors, from urban planning to agriculture and water management. The private sector must also step up. Companies should embrace sustainable practices, invest in clean energy, and support adaptation measures that protect their value chain, their supply chain, and their workers. Citizens, too, have an equally critical role to play. From reducing personal carbon footprint to advocating for stronger climate policies, individuals can drive meaningful change. Community-led adaptation initiatives, such as local reforestation projects and water conservation efforts, can have a significant impact. The climate crisis may be global, but all of us here would agree that the solutions must be implemented at the local level to be effective. So the Global Center on Adaptation, GCA, is the organization that I represent here today, was established to accelerate climate adaptation solutions worldwide. We also play a role in bridging the gap between knowledge and implementation. So GCA works with governments, financial institutions, and communities to scale up adaptation solutions, particularly in the most vulnerable regions. GCA's flagship initiative is the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. We basically label as AAAP, which is mobilizing about 25 billion to support climate adaptation across Africa. It is the world's largest program of its kind and is now being rolled out across other regions. In South Asia, our work is anchored in Bangladesh, where we focus on LLA, resilient infrastructure and nature-based solutions, and innovative financing solutions to help national and local governments and communities to withstand the growing climate shocks. We partner with global financial institutions, including the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, so on and so forth, to increase adaptation funding. We also partner with local organizations to develop capacity and to deliver on the results. We champion nature-based solutions, digital adaptation tools, youth engagement programs, fostering a new generation of climate leaders who are driving change on the global arena and in their communities. So at GCA, we are very much committed to empowering communities to understand how climate change affects their lives and to lead and contribute to the development of solutions. So the core of our work on LLA is the development of People's Adaptation Plan to inform project design investments of IFIs, like the multilateral development banks. Andrew Sharma will speak more about GCA's work on LLA, as well as the global hub on LLA. So today, and over the next 2 days, I look forward to hearing about the various LLA initiatives in South Asia, of which there are many. And more importantly, I look forward to the discussion about how to support local communities, as well as local governments, to scale the promising local solutions. I believe the solutions that work best are those that emerge from the real-life experiences of people in the front lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Before heading on with the event, I would like to request Samjan Abista, ma'am, Country Director, DCA, to please take a seat on the stage, please. And Suman Subedi, sir, CCMD, Mofe, to please take the seat on the stage, please. Moving on, I would like to call Anju Sharma, who is Global Lead, Locally Led Adaptation, GCA, to, of course, welcome and give the introduction to the GCA Global Hub on LLA. But before that, we have a short video to look at. Can we please play the video?
Droughts, floods, heat waves. Climate change impacts are felt the most by the poor and marginalized. But the most vulnerable communities are not just victims of climate change, they're also active agents of change.
Local people are the ones who are suffering the problem and are much more able to identify what needs to be done.
How do you create a set of common principles that make us hold hands together rather than some of us being on top of the trees and some of us being the roots?
When empowered and enabled, local leaders use their knowledge and understanding of what their community needs to realize effective and sustainable adaptation solutions. Recognizing the importance of enabling local action and building on consultations with partners around the world, the Global Center on Adaptation established the Global Hub on Locally Led Adaptation, or LLA, located in GCA's office in Dhaka, Bangladesh, leveraging the country's global leadership in this agenda. The Global Hub on LLA also has an online presence to connect communities and practitioners worldwide.
How do we connect these local communities who know what the problems are and the solutions are to where the big money is?
The Global Hub on LLA aims to bring together knowledge, influence investments by development partners to scale up action, advocate for supportive policies, build the capacity of national and local actors, and improve access to patient and predictable funding. Welcome to the Global Hub on Locally Led Adaptation.
Respected Mayor, sir, dear Mr. Subedi and representatives of regional governments, dear friends and colleagues, some of whom that I worked with decades ago, and I haven't met since. It's a real pleasure to be back. As much as 80% of the population in South Asia lives on less than $5.50 on the day. I have to say that this came a shock, even as to me. You know, I come from the region. This is a proportion of the population that is extremely vulnerable to climate change. Climate change is already impacting their lives and livelihoods and reducing the chance that they will ever overcome poverty in their lifetimes by exposing them to natural disasters, health shocks, and increased food prices. Along with Africa, South Asia is among the regions that is most vulnerable to climate change, and hence the focus of the efforts of the Global Center on Adaptation. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the workshop today and to introduce you to GCA's Global Hub on LLA in a country that gave the world the local adaptation plans of action. Inspired and informed by progressive initiatives such as the LAPAs, the Global Commission on Adaptation developed 8 principles to support more targeted and effective local adaptation in 2021. You'll see them here. And these are the principles which guide the efforts of the Global Hub on LLA and which we hope will guide the discussions in the next 3 days. So I hope if you're not familiar with them already, that you'll take the time to read them. While the greater effectiveness of locally led action, particularly to address the highly localized impacts of climate change is well acknowledged, initiatives that support such action remain small and fragmented. The Global Hub aims to support the scaling up of these initiatives by linking them to larger adaptation and development investments and by identifying and addressing barriers to scale. We are currently supporting such scaling up of good practice in multiple countries in Africa and in 9 cities in Bangladesh through collaborations with international financial institutions. We also support peer-to-peer learning through the case studies captured on the Hub, exchange visits for communities and local governments, and initiatives such as an annual publication, Stories of Resilience, of what we'll release an edition today, and the annual GCA Local Adaptation Champions Awards. The annual publication Stories of Resilience supports analysis and reflection on bigger trends in locally led adaptation. And the 3 editions that we've produced so far have strongly pointed to the need for rapid and transformational change in how we support adaptation. They clearly show us that while communities on the ground are racing to adapt to climate change, they are not as yet getting the urgent support they need in the way that they need it. They show us that the current focus on short-term projects is not working, not only because gains from such projects tend to be short-lived, but also because project-based approaches fail to tackle broader socio-economic and economic realities on the ground, political realities on the ground, that are often the key drivers of vulnerability. The chapters point to an urgent need for national governments, development partners, and other providers of climate finance to transform the way in which adaptation support is provided to communities. The focus must shift from project-based approaches towards support for building national systems of governance that leverage existing development processes, simplify access to adaptation finance, devolve decision-making, and promote collective accountability and learning. Currently, only a very small proportion of climate finance supports investment in strengthening such adaptation governance and in institutionalizing good practice to support LLA. The importance of LLA is increasingly recognized, including in the national adaptation plans. 40% mention its importance. But the transformational shift we need to urgently and rapidly reform how global and national support is delivered in the power dynamics between providers and recipients of support and in how success is measured is proving challenging. The South Asia region is leading in showing the way, as demonstrated by stories you will hear over the next 3 days, and also the GCA's annual Local Adaptation Champions Awards. As some of you will know, these awards celebrate effective locally led adaptation initiatives which light the path towards implementation of the LLA principles. The Community Development and Advocacy Forum from Nepal was a winner in the first round of the awards in 2022 in the local innovation category. And we have 2 representatives. If you could stand up, please. I think they need a round of applause. Nagdevji and, yes, please. And we've had multiple winners from South Asia since. I think there are other winners here, UNCDF's local initiative in Bangladesh as well. So perhaps I think we have a representative from the LGED ministry. If you could also stand up, please. Thank you so much. And we hope through the Global Hub on LLA to support and strengthen this leadership, to continue to learn from your example, and to provide avenues for learning and exchange with other regions facing similar challenges while supporting the scaling up of LLA. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to the workshop, wish you fruitful discussions, and to thank the government of Nepal and DanChurchAid Nepal for their excellent partnership in organizing this workshop. Thanks also to the UK Foreign and Common Development Office for their support for the Global Hub, and we continue to look forward to working with you all in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Anju ma'am. Now, the book launch time. So I would like to request our team to please hand over the books to Susan Chen ma'am, Anju Sharma ma'am, Samjana Bista ma'am, Vincent Gaini, Suman Subedi, sir. We do have a mayor of Hariwan municipality on the stage, Ramesh Burathoki sir, and I would like to request all the government officials of other countries, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bhutan, India, and Nepal for the book launch. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I request all of you to please take your respective seats. Moving on, I would like to request Samjana Bista ma'am, Country Director DCA, for her remarks.
Thank you very much. Respected Suman sir from Ministry of Forest and Environment, respected Mayor Sahab, respected guests from UK International Development, our colleagues from GCA, colleagues from DCA, media, national and international development organization representatives, experts in climate change adaptation, all other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. And a very warm welcome also from DCA. It's really a pleasure and honor to have you all, especially the government representatives and the representatives of civil society organizations from 7 countries in South Asia. You're welcome to Nepal and also to this event. Thank you very much for taking that time. Taking this opportunity, I would also like to walk you through what DanChurchAid DCA does. To introduce it a bit, it's an international development, humanitarian, and advocacy organization. We are headquartered in Denmark, and we have been present for almost 103 years globally. We are working in 19 countries, and in Nepal, we started our work early 1980s. Indirectly and directly, we have been working in Nepal since 2008. Currently, we are working with 12 local implementing partners in 12 districts. We are very proud to have established a very strong partnership with the Nepal government at federal, provincial, and local government. And we are truly thankful for the Nepal government for providing that space and enabling environment to us. DCA, DanChurchAid, is dedicated to saving lives in terms of crisis by providing accountable, timely, and effective humanitarian assistance to communities that are affected during disasters. We also recognize the importance of linking emergency responses to longer-term development and works to foster resilience of the communities to prepare for future disasters and climate change. In recent years, we have been focusing on climate actions across all our interventions, and as such, it's reflected in our programs, research activities, and dialogues. Talking a little bit more about our work, and also connecting the dot between this event and our partners associated with this event, I would like to walk you through a bit more about our intervention areas. DCA keeps inequality at the center of our programming, and climate action is our umbrella theme. At the community level, we are working with the most at-risk and vulnerable communities to help them understand the basics of climate change. Why? And why now it is so important to talk about the basics. That is what we discuss with the community. We help them unite, engage them in climate literacy sessions, help them mobilize themselves to identify their own strength, and utilize that to adapt to the changing climate and its impact. Now, it's definitely not easy to convince people, to convince all of us to save environment when we are dealing with the basics. We are dealing with water, we are dealing with shelter, and it is definitely not an easy task, but we are helping each other to make us understand and to make people understand that saving environment is also meaning we are saving the basics. We're working with the government together to realize the national priority, national vision, and goals. We have been together with the Nepal government in designing, revising, and introducing relevant policies and programs in order to ensure that our interventions keep most at-risk people at the center. We have also been together with Nepal government in developing different position papers on agendas such as loss and damage due to climate-induced disasters and nature-based solutions, which have been presented at international forums such as COP conference. At DCA, we are continuously learning, and when we say learning, we are also understanding the importance of facts and evidence to guide our work. Since 2022, we have been producing annual flagship publications in various areas of adaptation, which includes evidences of climate-induced loss and damages, locally led adaptation, policies and practices on nature-based solutions, among others. And these publications have been of tremendous support, paving our pathway towards more effective climate actions. And I would strongly request and recommend that all our distinguished guests would visit our site, and also links that is provided to you for our publications. To add a little bit, we are among the very first and few organizations in Nepal to introduce the concept of environmental human rights defenders, where we are supporting the environmental defenders to protect their own human rights and also to support them who are fighting for the environmental crisis. To add, we are also working to promote the local and sustainable way of consuming food, which includes agroecological practices. We are promoting locally led early actions protocol and mechanisms to become resilient during drought situation, landslide, and flood. We also recognize the importance of nature and ecosystem services in building resilience, and has therefore adopted an approach that seeks to promote sustainable use of natural resources while building adaptive capacity of community, and this includes greening of the urban parks and maintaining the public parks together with the local government. I'm hopeful that this 3-day workshop will provide us an opportunity to exchange our efforts with you and also learn a lot from you. We are, again, very grateful for your gracious presence in this event. We are also very excited with this opportunity. And thank you for listening to me. With this, I would like to welcome you once again and wish all of us a very success of the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Samzana ma'am. Now I would like to call upon Vincent Gainey, Climate Resilience Advisor, FCDO, to come on the dais for his remark.
Good morning. Good morning, friends and colleagues, and what a pleasure to be here. We've traveled very far. We've come from Scotland and from London to come and speak to you here today for this week and to address this really important issue of the importance of addressing adaptation at a local level and centering it with local communities and local organizations. I wanted to give you a little bit of the sort of history of where the UK has come from in addressing this. The UK government is prioritising addressing the climate crisis as one of the key missions of the UK government. And we see this as central to supporting the alleviation of poverty and addressing the human growth potential of populations affected by the climate crisis. The UK has been supporting locally led adaptation now for quite a number of years. We initially supported and worked with the Global Commission on Adaptation, the predecessor of the Global Centre on Adaptation, back in 2017, 2018. And that was in support of the development of the principles for locally led adaptation. Through that process, we worked with the GCA and we worked with the Least Developed Countries Group to formulate their vision on how climate adaptation should be centred in local communities, and local communities, local organisations, governments should be those that are in charge of making the decisions and choices on how climate finance is spent and to enable adaptation to happen at a local level in support of local priorities. In January 2021, the UK endorsed the principles for locally led adaptation, which have been presented to you here. This was in recognition of a number of years of support for the development of the principles and investments that we'd already made on the ground programmatically, globally, and in this region as well. The UK was one of the first two governments to actually endorse the principles. The UK and Ireland together at the Climate Adaptation Summit in January 2021 endorsed the principles. And they now, I've lost track of the number of countries and institutions which have now endorsed the principles, because it's developing all the time. We're getting a growing momentum towards acceptance of these principles and the commitment of institutions and government toward them. And I think we're in excess of 20 governments and in excess of 140 institutions now which have endorsed the principles. And we're very proud to have actually been at the vanguard of support for these principles. At the same time as endorsing the principles, the UK was working with the Least Developed Countries Group convened under the UNFCCC. And over 2 or 3 years, in working with that group, we supported them to articulate their priorities in terms of how they wanted to move the dial on getting climate finance to the local level to support local priorities and a demand-led approach to climate adaptation. The LDCs developed a vision at the end of 2019, and the UK endorsed that vision at the Madrid COP in December 2019. And as a result of that, a program called Life AR, which you'll hear a little bit more about over the next few days, was launched by the least developed countries, of which there are a number represented in this room today, but which were 46 countries at that point around the world who endorsed a vision and a strategy towards climate resilience by 2050, but with a vision by 2030 that at least 70% of climate finance would be reaching local level in support of local institutions and organizations. Currently, this is around about 10 to 15% of climate finance supports local organizations. So the UK bought into that commitment. We've supported the Life AR, the Least Developed Countries Initiative for Effective Adaptation and Resilience, since April 2020, and we're supporting it through to 2028. So we made a financial commitment which recognizes our endorsement of the principles, and that commitment is providing proof of concept across, at the moment, 10 countries in Africa and Asia to demonstrate the viability of getting climate finance supporting local organizations, supporting local communities, recognizing their priorities and their ownership of adaptation principles and adaptation finance and how that can be realized. But this is not alone. This is not what the UK is doing alone. The UK has many programs in many countries which are recognizing the importance of putting communities at the forefront. And I have colleagues here, several of us, 2 of us have come from the UK, but I have colleagues from FCDO who you will meet over the next few days who've come from India and from Pakistan and from Bangladesh, as well as colleagues here in Nepal. And I do hope you get a chance to talk to them over the next few days. They will get a chance to talk to you and explain the programs that we are doing in support of locally led adaptation, particularly in the South Asia region. The Life AR program I mentioned, one of the first countries, what we call a front-runner country, was Bhutan. Very pleased we have representatives from Bhutan, and Bhutan is now moving on to the next stage of that program. We were delighted in the last year that Nepal has now joined this program, and colleagues here from Nepal will talk to you about their vision for how they are going to enable locally led adaptation in Nepal. So we have a broad range of experience. We are brought to the room today, brought to this conference. We're delighted to be here. We're very happy and honoured to be invited. And we do hope that you make the best of our experience, that you can come and talk to us, and we will tell you more about what the FCDO is doing. We want to hear very much more from what your priorities are, so we can incorporate that more within our programming, within our investments, and within our strategy for the future over the next few years. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remark. Now I would like to request Mr. Suman Subedi, CCMD, MOFE, for her remarks.
Thank you. Namaskar, good morning. Mayor of Hariwan Municipality, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and valued participants. Today, we came together in this esteemed gathering. We are united by our shared dedications to tackling some of the most critical challenges of our time: climate change, the pursuit of sustainable development, and the vital role of locally led adaptations. I am extremely happy to see here diverse and knowledgeable groups of national and international stakeholders whose presence and commitment is important to drive meaningful change through locally led actions in our region. While reviewing the session plan, I was pleased to see that the workshop will thoroughly explore various sectors impacted by the climate change, focusing on how communities can adapt and strengthen their resilience. The technical sessions on forest, water security, and financing locally led adaptations are particularly crucial. I hope these discussions not only serve as a platforms of sharing best practices, but also pave the way for enhanced regional collaborations in addressing the climate change. I urge all development partners and stakeholders to prioritize investment in nature-based solutions such as forest conservation and sustainable water management, which provide multiple benefits for both people and the planet. I also call on all the stakeholders to ensure that financial resources and technical expertise reach the communities that need them most. This is not just about funding, it is also about capacity building, fostering innovations, and creating an environment that enables sustainable development. Empowering and technology transfer is the most important for promoting locally led practices. In conclusion, let us recognize that while the challenges before us are significant, so too are the opportunities for collaborations and the innovations. This workshop serves as a valuable platform for exchanging knowledge, fostering partnerships, and shaping a collective path ahead. As we progress, let us keep these key principles as a core of our effort: inclusivity, sustainability, and collaborations. Wish you pleasant stay, learning, and lots of memories of Nepal's and Nepalese culture. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Suman sir. Now I would like to call Sharon Manan, GCA, for the housekeeping announcement.
Honorable Mayor, respected government officials, and distinguished participants, thank you so much for your patience hearing thus far. I would like to take this opportunity to make a few housekeeping announcements at this point. Let me start with the workshop schedule and timing. Starting with this opening session, the workshop will run for the next 2 days, with the closing session scheduled on the afternoon of 14th February. The sessions will run using a mixed methodology of panel discussions and World Cafe-style interactive discussions. As we have quite a few number of speakers for each sessions, we will be strictly managing time. So please try to wrap your intervention as you see the warnings on timings on this side of the room. Wi-Fi access and information package. The dedicated network and the password is written on the sides of the room. In your bag, you will find one-pager information document, and there is a QR code. If you scan the code, it will lead you to the event page. Please feel free to get connected and post about the workshop in your social networks. We request you to use the hashtags provided in the one-pager. We are also live streaming the workshop via GCA's YouTube platform. You can find also the link on our event page. Please also share the live streaming link as much as you can. To access the presentations, topic overviews, session summaries, and other resources relevant to the workshop, please again visit the event page on the Global Hub on Locally Led Adaptation by scanning the QR code in the information pack. For presenters and speakers, kindly share your PowerPoint slides or any of the documents relevant to your intervention to the email address written on the information pack if you haven't already. If the attachment is too large, please get in touch with one of the organizers and we will arrange a flash drive for you. Participants eligible for the reimbursement for local travel, insurance premium, visa fees, or meals during the travel from outside Nepal and Kathmandu are kindly requested to submit their invoices or payment receipts and supporting documents to the designated help desk for reimbursement at your earliest convenience. As you can see, we also have the official interpreters for this workshop, although the official language for the workshop is English, but we really encourage you to speak in your native language. We have official interpreters for Nepali language speakers, but for others, if you let us know in advance, we can try and get you connected with one of the English-speaking participants from your country to help you. Emergency exits and safety procedures. Fire exit evacuation plans are displayed on the back side of all the guest rooms that you are residing in. Each floor is equipped with clear emergency fire exit signage and a designated staircase for emergency use, including in the event of a fire. The conference room is equipped with essential fire safety equipment and prominently marked fire exits. Designated assembly points are also available in the event of emergency. The hotel provides 24-hour doctor services on call, with a hospital just 2 minutes away, and first aid kits are readily available at multiple locations across the hotel. We are committed to fostering a respectful, inclusive, and collaborative environment throughout this workshop. All participants are expected to engage professionally, respecting diverse perspectives and cultural backgrounds. We encourage active participation, but kindly keep comments concise to allow for an inclusive dialogue. All the 3 meals will be served for the workshop participants. The tea and coffee and snacks will be next to the garden area on the right. For the room guests, any additional charges for the services such as laundry or room service must be settled by the participants prior to the checkout. We have a networking dinner arranged this evening at around 5 p.m., right after the last session today, which is the food security session. Please join us for that. We will also have an opportunity to take a group photo by the end of this session, but before that, I think we have to hand over some souvenir to our distinguished guests. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Like Sharon said, we do have some souvenirs. So I would like to request Susan Sen with Samjana Bista ma'am on her side to hand over the souvenirs. Mayor of Hariwan Municipality, Mr. Ramesh Burathoki. Anju Sharma, Global Lead, Locally Lead Adaptation, GCA. Mr. Vincent Gaini, Climate Resilience Advisor, FCDO. Mr. Suman Subedi, CCMD, MOFE. And Susan Sen, Asia Regional Directors, GCA. Sharon, you would like to do it? Okay.
Thank you so much, Susan and Samjana ji, for doing the honors. Now may I request you all to please gather to the garden area on the right for the official group photo for the workshop.
And how government, local government are accountable to the most vulnerable, because the whole governance issue is there in terms of targeting and creating impact, because often we don't see local governments prioritizing specific groups' interests rather than mostly on climate resilient infrastructure or largely on infrastructure sector. So these problems are there. So, but I think based on learning, we need to really collaborate and work together. Thank you.
Comments, last comments? So the question that you brought up about administrative units, that's a very important one. When you talk about government structures and institutionalizing this whole process in the government structure, top-down or bottom-up, we are bound by administrative structures. But a layer before that, just like Joy was saying, is the watershed. That's what we do at the community level, is the watershed approach. Clusters of communities and villages around watershed with similar interests, similar issues, similar challenges, cultural, social, environmental, and economic. So that becomes the base. And in that, I think it's important to identify the agents of change and work with those agents of change. When we talk about sustainability of these interventions, we bring in a lot of jargon, we bring in a lot of plans. But what is really important is when we strip it down to the smallest unit, how are we ensuring sustainability of these interventions? And for that, the existing community institutions, whether it's the local panchayat or it's the jirga in some parts of Pakistan, or it's the community-based organizations or the local support organizations,
you working with them on these important issues is what is really going to ensure sustainability, and also using those platforms to raise it to the administrative unit, because we do need to define it at some level when we're talking about government, these administrative units. And I just wanted to comment on, Andrew, your question on resilience. It's a very interesting question. How do you define resilience? How do you define disasters also? At the individual level, it means something else. At the household level, it means something else. So how do we really pick ourselves up and move on and, withstand the impact of whether I've lost a cow in my livestock in my house, which is also an emergency, a disaster for me, whether it's a climate-induced disaster, impact at the community level. So it's important to really separate and simplify, like you said, simplify these terms and understand what they mean to us.
Thank you very much. I think there are quite a few issues that has already been touched upon. I was just thinking that whatever we are discussing, trying to strengthening locally led adaptation or institutionalizing it, I have seen that, of course, it's a kind of we are mixed group. Sometimes when we introduce new thoughts, new concepts, sometimes we not protest, not against it, that why once again another concept you are trying to introduce? Am I not local enough? So what does it actually mean? The way we are actually talking about localization, we're talking about resilience, we're talking about disaster. So I think a consensus is fine, but the main challenge I see in terms of administration or anything, that when we struggle to define community, then we brought in local entity, isn't it, unit. And in Bangladesh, like in Nepal, the way things are structured, or even in Pakistan, the way things are structured, everything is fine. But when from my union council, I asked for money, do I get it? Because I think the colleagues from developed country could correct me. Probably in developed country, you plan because you have the money. But here, we plan to look for money. I think that's the difference between us. That's why National Adaptation Plan of Bangladesh, which is 28 years long, asking for or $130 billion. Only probably, per year we need $9 billion, $9 billion. But if there is an estimate, we might have only 33% or 30% available. So what does it mean? Are the people on the ground stopped adapting because there is a gap of 60 million or 70 million? No. So resilience is already there, whether we are defining it by plan, by investment, or what the donors are saying. Thank you.
Over to you. I think it's a difficult question, at least in my country. The water districts do not coincide with political districts, nor do with ecosystems or agriculture. So if a policymaker is asked that in your area, what's the rate of malnutrition or meeting of a particular SDG goal, they'll not be able to answer. You will have to go to some siloed ministry or a department. And when they don't coincide, financing becomes very, very difficult, be it on watershed-based or some other. But I want to point out one particular aspect that's very important in my perception. In Pakistan's 2022 floods, 30 million people were affected. And the 2 points that I want to make, one, the government doesn't like, and one, nobody would like. The one that government doesn't like, that people like floods because water brings fertility. They bring sedimentation, and followed by disaster, and whatever loss that you have bumper crops. The data from Pakistan suggests the bigger the flood, higher the bumper crops subsequent years. That year, yes, it will dip because of whatever. So the government focuses on infrastructural development. And therefore, for them, water is a threat to their infrastructure or a question to their adequacy or inadequacy. And the second part that nobody likes out of those 30 million people, more than 60% were from those districts that were already below their national averages of SDGs. They were already poor and marginalized. And we have not found good ways of reaching out to them or reducing their losses in such instances. So the political geography that we have of district level administrative units are not responsible for the kind of questions that we are raising. Thank you.
So I think, of course, there's watersheds in country, and then there are regional watersheds, right, which is even a bigger issue in South Asia. But thank you so much, everyone, for keeping to time, for keeping the conversation so interesting. I think you've got such a mine of information that we're going to have some very rich chapters in the next Stories of Resilience. So we'll be in touch, and you will hear more about these initiatives in our next publication. So thank you very much, and thank you for participating as well to the audience.
Thank you so much. We now have the lunch break, and we'll gather around here again at around 1 p.m. Anju, you want to take a photo? Panel? Can we have the panelists on stage, please? Mr. Raju Chetri, Ms. Rosie Joshi, Pragyan Joshi, Mr. Ibadat Hussain, Rashi Abhilashi, and Mr. Ali Taukir on stage, please.
Welcome to Nepal. Thank you. So are you heading from here to somewhere? No, I'll go back. I'll go back to the... Yeah, but you're not going to sit long. What happened? I just... I'm not really going to...
Okay, I think we'll start. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming back promptly from lunch. So just like we had a session on institutionalizing, well, policies, processes, etc. this morning, we're now going to focus on finance. National initiatives to finance LLA in South Asia, with a focus on sort of, government-led programs, the modeling that's been done in the region on how to get finance to the local level through national systems, that kind of thing. And we have some, actually, just like the last session, some really interesting examples here as well. So we have Raju Chetri, who heads Prakriti Resources Center here in Nepal and has been working on climate finance for many, many years, I know, to give us a bit of a scene setting and an idea of what the finance landscape looks like in the region. Thank you, Raju. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Anju. And good morning and good afternoon, in fact, and namaste to everyone. Well, first of all, let me thank the organizers, of course, for inviting me in this session here. Of course, the GCA and the DCA, both, I mean, they sound similar. Well, in this particular session, I'm going to take a few minutes just to give us the highlights on the climate finance and look into the South Asian context, but then also look from a perspective where we do things locally. What are the issues there? What are the challenges that we face? And what the opportunities also lie in terms of moving ahead when it comes to climate actions and looking at the finance part. So in that particular context, let me just mention that if we're talking about climate finance, well, the genesis, of course, goes back all the way to the UN Convention, and then whatever we decide at the international context is being taken on board by various agencies or partners, our development partners, and that all the way comes to our countries and to the communities. That's why whenever we talk about climate finance, the issue becomes such a pivot in itself that it is going to drive a lot of our actions, what we do, and in what manner we really deliver our climate actions. Whether we talk about food security issues, whether we talk about infrastructures, whether we talk about water management or agriculture, all these issues that the community is really embedded into, that's where we talk about climate finance making a difference. That's why often it is said that climate finance is the pivot of climate justice in a way. So without climate finance, a lot of these actions that we want to proceed and take forward becomes extremely challenging. But where do these resources really come from? If we are talking about, are there available resources sufficient? Is it easy to access, even for countries? And when it comes to local communities or local organizations, then what are the hurdles, the difficulties that we have? So all this makes quite a challenging issue. Everybody talks about climate finance. Everybody talks about climate actions. We have plans and all those strategies and whatnot. But then, when it comes to implementation, what is the biggest hindrance that it always we face? We talk about we need this much amount of resources to really take those plans and actions on the ground. But again, at the end, what matters is, are those resources really available or not? So even if you see some of the country plans, especially coming from our South Asian countries, of course, it also applies to other regions, but then a lot of our plans and strategies that we make, that we want to really implement, are conditional. They said, only we can do so much if we get financial support, aid, wherever that comes from. So when you look at these things, what really needs to, when you look at the larger framework, where are the resources available? Of course, our governments have themselves been investing quite a lot from the national government, their fiscal budgets, but at the same time, we also have our provincial or local governments investing. There are, of course, individuals investing themselves as well when it comes to climate actions, adaptation issues. But then those may not be accounted well. But largely, when you look at the bigger context, there are a few sources. One, as I said, the government itself invests from its own fiscal resources. It has its embedded in the budget and so on. But then when you look at the climate agreement internationally, then there are three major primary sources that we look into. One, we look at the multilateral development funds, that there are agencies or banks where they have been channeling quite a lot of amount of resources, and lately even if you look at the Asian Development Bank, it calls now gradually calling itself as a climate bank. Now there are World Bank and other banks which are supporting into tens of millions of dollars that you want to invest on country strategies and plans that countries are really prepared. That is one of the biggest sources. The second part we look into is the bilateral agencies. Even now we have a lot of the agencies that support our countries in going forward with climate actions. Now, of course, it depends on what kind of relationship one country might have with the other, but then that has been a major source of financing when it comes to climate action. And the third and very important aspect is we look at the look at the vertical multilateral funds, like the Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, Global Environment Facility, Climate Investment Fund, and many other funds that is existing now, where the developed countries, of course, put in the resources, and country like ours can really access them and then really make that, those actions on the ground where communities benefit. But having said that, all those funds that are created, do they actually really fit into the principles of LLA, or locally led adaptation, that we have been talking about? Do these resources available there, can our countries easily access them or not? Because just having resources, allocating resources is one thing, pledging is one thing, committing it one thing, but providing is the other thing. So the flow of finance, whatever it is available at the international level, if it does not flow to the country, and if it does not flow that resources to the communities where it is needed the most, then that's, of course, it's of no use. That's why we say, whenever we look into this, there are certain principles that LLA has been really promoting. Who makes those decisions in designing that project, accessing those resources? Are they easy? Are they burdensome? Are there a lot of unnecessary conditionalities put so that those communities or the countries cannot access itself? So if you look at the transparency and the accountability part, or sometimes the context changes, so are those resources flexible? Because you design 3 years before, 4 years down the line, the complete context on the ground has changed. So are those funds available, are they flexible enough to adjust the needs of the communities and their priorities or not? I think those are very key elements that we really look into, because without consulting, without having the community's participation in designing these funds, first, the process is very slow. Second, even if the resources come in, then it's not based on the priority that the really government want to take it forward. So with that, those are I won't talk about the private sector here, but those are major three things that I talked about. One, the government sources, multilateral funds, and then under international funds, under that the bilateral, multilateral, and the vertical multilateral funds that's there. So with that, let me just give few touches with what our Asian countries have been really doing. For instance, if you take the example of Bangladesh, it has been a pioneer in terms of putting national climate change funds. They call it different. In 2010, there are 2 funds set up, one with the help of World Bank, and one they wanted to put in their own resources. It's really, in 2023, they even launched something called Bangladesh Climate and Development Platform, which is looking into how to bring all the donors together and then help communities mobilize those resources. Sri Lanka has something called Sri Lanka Climate Fund. So this is again directed towards how the resources can go to the local level. I'm only giving the snapshot here. India has something called National Adaptation Fund on Climate Change, and mostly focusing on the adaptation needs. It is putting a lot of its own resources in taking that. Of course, there are challenges, but this is one thing. Even the Maldives has got, this in 2023, they launched something called Climate Focused Integrated Financing Strategy. And this strategy looks into a cross-sectoral manner. So it's not just a silo, but then it's a cross-sectoral approach it looks into. Pakistan is envisioning something similar. Well, we hear a little more later. It's called something like Pakistan Climate Fund. But they do have bilateral funds set up already, something we call it the Challenge Fund for Climate Resilient Infrastructure. So if you talk about Nepal itself, we have climate change policy that talks about sending the international finance going to the communities almost 80%. And that's quite interesting. Like, of course, there are challenges in implementing those, but we do have set up that as well. Apart from that, we also have climate change financing framework that allows how to direct our resources to climate finance. And we have a budget code that also tracks that. So if you look at our South Asian context, we have set up. But how do these funds really function? There are challenges based on countries' own context, their own relationship with the donors or the development partners. But with those funds, what the primary factor is, where do the resources come in? Are they doing solely from the government initiative, or do they partner with other development partners? Are they partnering with other philanthropies and funds and others to get that resources? But even if the resources are into these funds, they only function when the communities starts receiving those resources and then saying that, okay, this fund has really been to us. Because we also have seen, often not all the time the priorities are set, and when the government changes, these funds also don't function. So it's about, I see this as 4 major challenges. So very quickly on those challenges. One, about the sustainability of these funds itself. So if you create a fund, where do you get the resources, and how do you mobilize those resources to the communities? Are you making it more burdensome and cumbersome in terms of taking the process forward? Can community organizations really access them or not, based on their priorities? Are they flexible enough to accommodate more of their needs? I think that's one of the major challenges that we see. Other is also related to capacity, human and institutional capacity. Because if we want to make them sustainable, one of the things that we'll also have to invest on is building the institutions and human resources at the local level. So we often don't see that. We look into projects and programs, but not looking from the side of the capacity issues. Third is, very interestingly, donors and development partners also have quite a big of challenge, because every donor countries or the development partners, they come with their own mindset and own priorities. Often it is not respecting or reflecting the needs of the countries. Because you want to, if there is a fund being created by the country, one donor wants to put, other donor doesn't want to put it. They want to call it their own names. They want to have their own priorities set up. And they started creating parallel process in going forward. So I think this has been quite a challenge in terms of countries like Nepal, or even, especially LDCs, who have lower capacity, lower bargaining power in a way, to really say that this is our priority, we want all you to focus here, and this is how we move forward. So that the national initiative sometimes seems to be not respected well. That's what it is. And my final point is, and we have heard about this, okay, we get a lot of funds from the Green Climate Fund, Global Environment Facility. Now we have created something called Responding to Loss and Damage, the fund for responding to loss and damage. But now, if the communities or the local institutions, local governments wanted to access those resources, can they do it? We have absolutely no possibility of doing that, because it is created in such a manner that it can only provide resources to those entities that has been accredited with them. So not all institutions can do. And what are the excuses for that? One, they talked about too much of administration, too much of human resources needed, a lot of cost that is incurring in the process. So rather than doing that, they want the entities to bundle all those projects, give it to the countries, and then localize them. So there's no way now, when the call has been made that let's see into a perspective where the local communities or the organization can really access those resources. But the way it is set up now, there's absolutely no issues of taking this forward. Probably debates like this, the experiences, a country context that comes from these kind of discussions could help even funds like these to move into the direction where we even localize, we decentralize, and also look into the resources going to the communities and local level directly. So I will stop there, but if there's anything, I will come back later. Sorry for running a little bit, because I was given very short time.
Just on time. So thanks for that, Raju. Thanks for that excellent summary. I mean, a few years ago, I did an analysis of the climate finance landscape in India. And basically, the situation there is pretty much the situation everywhere else, that it's extremely fragmented for adaptation, right? There are multiple actors that put in little funds into little projects, and it all adds up to not enough. Even the National Adaptation Fund has a project modality, so to speak, that you have to submit a project that's cleared, and then maybe you get money for it or not. So I think that, it's really important, first of all, one of the points that you made, that the funds shouldn't be siloed, that they need to go through sectors. But the danger is that if it comes as adaptation money, then the tendency is to silo it. In the early days of the Rio conventions, when they came about, there was a really interesting little outcome of the fact that two of the conventions, the Climate Convention and the Biodiversity Convention, got money from the Global Environment Facility. The Desertification Convention didn't initially, right? So the money for biodiversity and climate change came siloed, right? It came, this is only because if you can prove global environmental benefit, money for CBD. So the way it was implemented was extremely siloed by the ministries of environment. Because desertification didn't have that sort of funding, they had to have a lot more conversations across sectors to try and get that money from other sources, right? So they became sort of much more multi-sectoral in the way they address it. So this is just something precautionary, that the more we try to keep adaptation funds separate from development finance, the more you end up with that risk of siloing it. The other thing somebody mentioned in the earlier session was that in other countries, they they have a planning budget and then they make plans, right? In our countries, we develop plans to access money. And there's a big difference in that because we end up with a lot of blue sky planning and we end up with the danger that that is not a national plan. We may call that the National Adaptation Plan, but it's in fact a plan for donors to fund. There's very little sort of national ownership of it or the processes that it's been for. It's primarily sort of a fundraising, it runs that danger. I know that people used to mention in the old days the napability of projects and the kind of funds that, the projects that you put in there should be appealing to donors, right, and the kind of thing. So it's very little to do with what the nation thinks is a priority. I mean, things have moved on. I think that the two big issues is like, first, how do you consolidate funding from multiple sources to drive in a direction, sort of have a goal, right? In a way to measure that at the end of the day, resilience is built, vulnerability is lessened. How do you sort of make sure that there is that sort of consolidation, but not central control, that there is devolution, that it goes down to the local level, that there is national determination. And I think that what the last 20 years, we've moved quite a bit from the GEF to now with the GCF. We have this modality called enhanced direct access, which is precisely meant to be about this kind of programmatic funding. But for whatever reasons, it's not taken off, right? So which is perhaps also something we may want to go into. I don't know, I don't think any of the countries here have had the experience of applying for that, but that's a different topic. But so just with that framing to say that at the end of the day, if you want to have realistic plans that, you know, are annual, 6 monthly, etc., this is a planning process that has to take place locally because that's where you can keep it real. The Biodiversity Convention with the NAPAs, etc., there was this problem that either, you know, by the time you even started to have an idea of where the money might come from, the local situations moved on, or that you've aggregated it to such a level at the national, in a national plan that you've lost sight of what the local implementation aspects were of that, right? So just with that in mind, we're going to hear from some really interesting examples, and in fact, one of the examples we used for this kind of consolidation and devolution model, which is in India's National Employment, Rural Employment Act. So, but we'll come to that in a minute. But the first one is really interesting because it links sort of this whole question of the commitment from donors to be more flexible in the way they provide funding with a commitment from national governments to actually devolve that fund, which I think are like two very important commitments. So we have Rosie Joshi from the International Institute for Environment and Development, and very kindly also Sonam Gyalpo from the government of Bhutan, who's agreed at the very last minute to come in and speak because Bhutan, I hear, is very advanced in implementation. You heard Vincent this morning mention the Life AR project. They're going to be describing that. So Rosie, you're going to give us an overview, right, of what the program is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Anju, and yeah, thank you very much for the organizers for having me here. I'm going to give an overview of what Life AR is, and Sonam here will be speaking about what's happening in Bhutan. They have moved from first phase, establishment phase, to the testing and evolving phase, and we also have Vincent and Pukar from FCDO who would also be able to answer to any of the specific questions that you might have later. So yeah, coming to Life AR, as Raju was speaking of what's happening in the business as usual context, what's not working for the LDCs, Life AR tries to move from the business as usual approach to business as a business unusual approach. So we know that the short-term funding is not working, project-based funding is not working. So the answer to that is we need long-term programming, we need flexible funding, we need programmatic approach. So the LDC came up with a vision of building climate resilient societies by 2030 and delivering on net zero emissions by 2015 in 2019. So addressing to that vision, Life AR was established as an initiative by the LDC. So Life AR is an LDC initiative for adaptation, for effective adaptation and resilience, which is LDC-led, LDC-owned, and it's focused on long-term climate resilient pathways for LDCs and shift from business as usual approaches, from traditional approaches to more radical and business unusual approaches. We all know that the funding is not reaching enough to the local level. Vincent this morning said about this figure, which states that 17% of the finance is only reaching to the local level, according to the UNEP Adaptation Gap report. So that number is quite alarming, while the LDC is envisioning 70% of climate finance reaching to the global level. LifeAR is a compact now signed by 21 countries, which includes 11 development partners and 10 LDCs. So there are front-runner countries. There are 6 front-runner countries in LDC, so in LifeAR, which is already moved from the establishment phase, and the front-runner countries include the countries from Asia and Africa, which includes Bhutan, Burkina, Ethiopia, Malawi, Gambia, and Uganda. And the second cohort of countries are 4 countries: Benin, Madagascar, Nepal, and Senegal. So it's a very long initiative, and this focuses on more programmatic approaches, responding to the need for long-term programming and partnership. And it's more based on equitable partnership, where LDCs have come up with offers and ask from the development agencies or the developed countries. It's not just about asking from the developed countries for the more funding and more programmatic and flexible funding, but also LDCs being able to divert towards more strengthening national government systems for delivering finance to the local level. So it's led by board. It's very LDC-led. It's led by board with representatives from the LDCs, and it's chaired by LDC chair. And it's very strategic, technical, and advisory support provided by the board. And we do have some good examples going on in different countries. But implementing LifeAR means refining and strengthening mechanisms to channel 70% of climate finance to local level, and establishing LifeAR platform for more LDC-led governance and learning, build an LDC community of practice to share learning and good practices. So as I said earlier, it's a more long-term program with initial first 2 years focused on establishment, and next 4 years focused on testing and evolving, and 10 years of scaling up, so more long-term, which means like, as was saying in different discussions, that locally led adaptation needs more patient and predictable funding over a long term, and LifeAR is one of these kind of programs which is more solution driven and more trying to move from the business unusual approach and phased approach, that recognizing that delivering transformative change requires time and predictable funding, as well as learning across different countries. So that's that's how LifeAR is being implemented. And there are a few examples that I would like to mention from what is happening around different LifeAR countries and how it aligns with the LLA principles. For example, Gambia is already integrating into locally management schemes that can ensure communities are paid to develop the schemes themselves, as well as benefit from the schemes once completed, which is very much aligning with the principle 1 of LLA, which you can see on the board next to us, which is devolved decision making. And for example, Malawi is including more people and ensuring more equitable representation of different marginalized communities in their existing mechanisms, so that it is how aligns with the second principle of addressing inequalities. And LifeAR itself is a facility which is LDC-led and also trying to influence how climate finance are delivered to the local level, more aligned with the principles of providing patient and predictable funding to the local level. So these are some of the examples that's happening across different countries where LifeAR is being implemented. And For example, also in Malawi, there is participatory climate vulnerability and capacity assessments, and there is flexible programming and learning, which is the overall vision of Life AR, where country starts from trialing it and then evolving it gradually and scaling up across the country, and very much aligns with the transparency and accountability, where country-led approach and as Anju was saying, breaking the silos is very important, and considering the sectoral approach is very important. And Life AR at country level is working in a very much of a sectoral way, trying to bring in people from different sectors into the governance mechanism. So the countries have started to include representatives from different sectors in the governance mechanisms at national level. So these are some of the examples that's happening in Life AR across different countries, so which all leads to this LDC vision of climate resilient communities by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2050. Yeah, and Sonam will talk more about the examples of Bhutan. So I'll end my note here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rosie. Sonam, over to you.
Okay, sorry. I think technical is completely fine. It's lacking from my side. I think I don't have to touch especially for the overview of the Life here, because it's already explained by our partnership or collaboration with representative from the IIED, which is currently functioning as a Life Air Secretariat based in UK. Now, from the perspective of how the Life Air is going on in Bhutan, I'll give a brief overview. Before I really touch down onto the sharing of the experience of Life Year phase, we have, as mentioned, we have the 3 phases. First is establishment phase, then next is stage in evolve phase, then last one is the scale phase. Now, we are very comfortable that we have successfully completed with the establishment phase, and now we are venturing into the test in evolve phase. As the audience here already know that we have 2 pillars to respond to the climate change impacts: adaptation and mitigation. This should be always go in parallel. And we know that from the Paris Agreement, Article 2, the principle of common but differentiated responsibility with respective capabilities. And being the developing country and LDC countries, we, including Bhutan, like developing countries, are always lack in capacity in terms of responding to the impact. Although those developing countries they are less contributor to the climate change, but they are the brunt to bear the impacts. Now, with seeing all these conditions, and LDC, during the LDC has taken a significant initiative to formally establish Life Here initiative to bring more how to really bring effective in adaptation and resilience. And that was formally endorsed in COP24. And from that, that's how the originated of Life Here initiative come. Now, in terms of Bhutan context at present scenario, we have completed, as I mentioned earlier, we have successfully completed with the establishment phase. That basically comprised of analyzing of how the current scenario of Bhutan, if the Life Here initiative activities, that activities to implement in the grassroots, we have to really have a robust system in the financial mechanism. How the fund received from the multilateral and bilateral is how it's injected into the local governments based on the financial analysis, and all instrument been thoroughly studied, and the recommendation basically come up with strong recommendation. Then that was one of the instrument that we are far ahead, and we are that is the instrument that which is unanimously adopted by the LifeAware board and all that. Our instrument is currently robust enough to inject the LifeAware fund to the local level. And another is the delivery mechanism. If we have the list of activities to be, as mentioned by IED, with the principle of LifeAware, now the 70% of the amount we receive should be directly injected to the local government level. And that we need to have a very strength and reinforced delivery mechanism, how to really enhance the resilience of the community. And that one also we have successfully completed. And all those establishment measures we have completed. And now we are into the next phase that is most important. That's how we really implement test and evolve phase, T&E, that phase. Now to design that test in evolve phase, we have taken like 4 major criteria to bring this test in evolve phase. And first one is like we have taken the climate risks and vulnerability assessment, drawing from the past experiences from National Adaptation Program of Action, and one earlier segment that LAPA is similar to LAPA, then where these climate risks are most vulnerable. And we have, especially we have 6 districts which fall under those categories, and that is how we have adopted the criteria. And the next criteria is the mapping of the project or initiative that is taken in the space of adaptation and mitigation. And that is very important because already have that area, those areas already have that adaptation mitigation project, it will be additional. But whatever, where there is no adaptation and mitigation ongoing, and that is the another criteria to really to understand what are the priority needs of the community, and that is the second criteria we have taken. And the third one is the multi-poverty dimensional index. With the recent multi-poverty dimensional index, that where there is a higher the poverty rate, as we know that when people are disadvantaged, they have low capacity, and it directly linked with the poverty rate, and that is the criteria, third criteria where we use. And the other criteria is the landscape or catchment area. Support the upstream with the where the Bhutan being in the Himalaya range, and it's like where it is underfall in the growing Himalaya is more vulnerable to the impact of climate change, and the cryosphere, because of the cryosphere and glaciers, that if that area is under that, then it's more vulnerable, as not only that particular area is most vulnerable, but downstream also. That is how we have taken that 4th criteria. And then the 5th criteria is we need to really have a diverse region. Not only the local initiative is taken one area, one region, that we need to really have an inclusive with the diverse region, like east, west, north, south, considering all that. Those are the 5 criteria we have designed to step into the next phase of the test in evolve phase. And these 5 criteria is the most significant to be used in the test in evolve phase for the life year to really meet the principle and objective of the life year. Then, as we know that we like in the long run to how to sustain to operation of life here is very important. We really need to integrate it with our national plan cycle, and that is the way we are thinking for to really to address the priority needs of the local address. At this juncture, I will stop here. Thank you.
Especially for doing it the last minute, but I'm going to come back to you in a bit, because the next one we're going to talk about is the local the local climate adaptive living facility, which UNCDF does. And I know that Bhutan is also quite progressed in implementing that. So once we've heard about the UNCDF mechanism from Pragya, who's going to give us an overview, and then from Ibadat, who's going to give us experiences in Bangladesh, just to come back to you to understand, how do you see Life AR and Locale? Like, are there similarities? Are there differences? Because as I understand it, they're both ways of getting funding to the local level through government systems, right? So your reflections on that will be really welcome. But after we hear about the mechanism. So we'll move on now to Pragyan Joshi, who's with the UN Capital Development Fund. And she's going to tell us about this Locale mechanism, which is being implemented in many countries around the world. Over to you, Pragyan.
It's 38 to be precise at the moment, but 20 are fully operational. But thank you. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share my experiences as well as learn from a lot of experts from this morning and I think going forward. So I'd like to explain a little bit about what we call the Locale mechanism. It's the full form, as Anjuji has already mentioned, is the Local Climate Adaptive Living Facility. It's an initiative that we've sort of gained experience over 2 decades, and UNCDF, prior to implementing the Locale mechanism, we've also been working with local governments in the sphere of fiscal decentralization. So this is where we saw the need of channeling climate finance as a top-up budget. So in terms of, we heard this morning in terms of climate-proofing development, this is the notion that we took in terms of how we can channel the funds at the local level to build resilience on the prioritized investments and development programs that the government at the local level have already prioritized in consultation with communities. So in a nutshell, I'd just like to, I have a very complicated diagram which I should have put up, but I will sort of do a 1-minute pitch in terms of how we translate the entire mechanism. So the challenges that we address through this mechanism is what Rajuji had already sort of narrated in the introduction in terms of how are we going to tap into global and regional bilateral funds that can also cross across sectors and be easily transferred to the local level. So this is one of the challenges that we sort of looked into with the mechanism as a whole. So as I mentioned, we've had 2 decades of experience where we've managed to have it globally recognized. We've got an ISO for 1493 standard on climate adaptation financing at the local level. It's also been recognized by the UNFCCC, and it's also been mentioned in the Doha Plan of Action as a good sort of initiative for locally led adaptation financing. So with that, we've had a lot of proof of concepts, and the countries that I mentioned, they're at different stages of the scaling of the mechanism itself. But what typically happens is we're trying to strengthen the national system. Whatever funds that we receive, we are not trying to have a projectized approach, as mentioned earlier, but we're trying to have a 5-year sort of time frame where we do a pilot testing, work with the federal government. In our case, in the case of Nepal, it would be Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Forest and Environment, and other government entities such as the Ministry of Federal Affairs and General Administration. And we also rope in the entities that are working on the intergovernmental fiscal transfer system, so that in the end, after we have done the institutionalization process, it acts as a mechanism where additional donors can sort of put the funds at the federal level, then it gets channeled down to the local governments. But the innovative part in terms of financing is the performance-based climate resilient grant. So we have this element that is inbuilt into the mechanism so that the local governments that are receiving the grants, they're incentivized to spend it wisely. And in doing so, they can then tap into additional funding. So we do have indicators where we are looking at what are the minimum conditions for the local governments to receive the funds. Then if they perform better, what are the top-up that they can expect in the following year. So we do have an annual assessment that is done by external either consulting firms, but in cases like Uganda, we have already worked with the Office of the Auditor General, where they have built in an additional component to assess the climate, how the climate finance is being used as well. So we have this performance-based climate resilience grant, which looks at incentivizing the usage of the grants. So local governments that perform well, they get an additional top-up. But that's not to say that we're penalizing the local governments that are not able to spend because there may be capacity gaps or other issues. So we do have an inbuilt capacity building element as well to strengthen the areas that require support, both at the local level, and then we also heard this morning that we're trying to promote this intergovernmental dialogue. So with that, we also have steering committees at the national level, as well as translating at the local level how we can turn the adaptation plans into actions. So this is the other disconnect that the local mechanism also works towards in terms of financing the plans that have been sort of shelved, as well as linking and aligning with the national adaptation plans and how these would be aligned at the local level with the plans that have been built locally. In the case of Nepal, there are efforts to link, as we heard this morning, the local adaptation plans as well as the disaster risk management plan. So typically what happens is the local governments that we work with, we first look at what are the plans that exist, how can they be integrated, and do they need to be updated? Has a thorough climate risk assessments been done? Do they need to be updated? And based on that, the climate actions will look at the sectors that the local adaptation plans are trying to support, linked with the national adaptation plans as well as the NDCs as well. And so we have a little guide that makes it easier for the local governments and local communities to be able to then identify what constitutes to adaptation, what constitutes to disaster risk management. So it's almost like sort of an adaptation rationale that gets linked to how the funds are spent. Because what is important is not just that the funds come through, but it's effectively used, and you can then tap into more funds if it's effectively reported as well. So for that, we build the capacity to ensure the sustainability of the funding mechanism, as well to ensure that there's additional funds that the local governments can receive. So in a nutshell, this is what the mechanism does. The funds are transferred locally. We have an annual assessment, technical assistance and capacity building support that's inbuilt. And typically, like the case of Nepal, we would be channeling 80% of the program budget to the local government in the form of performance-based grant systems, grants as a whole, and then 20% would constitute to the technical assistance that would be required. I don't know if I still have time.
It's short, but that was a really good summary. Thanks, Pragyan. We'll now hear, so this morning I'd mentioned that the Bangladesh chapter of LOCAL won the 2023 Local Adaptation Champions Award on devolving finance, right? So we have here Mr. Mohammed Ibadat Hussain, who is the Deputy Secretary at the Local Government Division of Bangladesh. So Ibadat Bhai, if you can tell us a little bit about how it's implemented in Bangladesh, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to express our experiences here in this forum. So the name of the project of Bangladesh taking initiatives regarding this matter is the Local Government Initiative on Climate Change, that is LOGIC project. And the background of the project is it was launched in 2017. The project was collaboratively formed among the government of Bangladesh, UNDP, UNCDF, the Embassy of Sweden, and the Embassy of Denmark. Aims to bolster the capacity of the vulnerable communities, local government institutions, and the civil society organizations in planning and financing the climate change adaptation solutions in 29 upazilas. Upazilas are the sub-districts. It is the middle-level administrative units of Bangladesh, and that is situated in 9 critical areas. The initiative aims to mainstream adaptation into local planning, establish climate finance mechanisms, and promote locally led approaches to resilience building. The initiative focuses mainly the community resilience by providing climate financing support for improvement of their livelihood through Community Resilience Fund and climate adaptive infrastructure jointly funded by local governments and the LOGIC project. And then how LOGIC project has benefited the beneficiaries. The LOGIC project has significantly improved the resilience of vulnerable communities, benefiting 1.97 million people across 429,500 households. Through targeted interventions, 42,500 of the most climate vulnerable households received small grants and training on climate adaptive livelihood options. And most of them were women. As a result, 76% of them experienced economic gains from their climate adaptation activities. To enhance financial inclusion, LOGIC facilitated the opening of 29,338 mobile wallets for women, while also supporting the formation of 247 climate resilient cooperatives, engaging 35,000 members in 16 types of green enterprises such as biofloc fish farming, coconut oil processing, and sack-based ginger cultivation. Since 2017, LOGIC has implemented 995 community adaptation schemes, reducing climate risk for 1.3 million people. These schemes focuses on drinking water access, resilient agriculture, shelter, flood protection, early warning systems, and healthcare, ensuring sustainable adaptation solutions. Additionally, LOGIC has actively engaged 28,716 climate vulnerable youths, organizing them into 291 climate adapting groups to drive local resilience efforts. The project has also provided risk insurance coverage to 3,131 beneficiaries for crops and livestock, helping them recover from climate-induced losses. How local government have benefited from LOGIC projects. LOGIC has strengthened local government institutions by introducing the Climate Vulnerability Index, which enables vulnerability-based climate budgeting at the national level. This innovative tool has led to a policy shift from traditional fund allocation to climate risk-based allocation, ensuring that financial resources are directed where they are needed most. Additionally, LOGIC has supported 29 sub-districts in preparing local adaptation plans of action, aligning with the National Adaptation Plan, enabling climate resilient strategies to be effectively integrated into 5-year development plans. Furthermore, LOGIC has conducted climate risk vulnerability assessments in 10 upazilas and climate vulnerable assessments in 22 unions. Unions are the lowest tier of local government in Bangladesh, equipping local governments with crucial climate data for informed decision making. 72 union parishad and 29 upazila parishads have received specialized training and adaptive infrastructure, social audit, nature-based solutions, and climate finance management, enhancing their capacity to implement resilient building measures. And finally, I want to show all the overall achievements of the LOGIC projects. The LOGIC project has emerged as a pioneering climate adaptation model, earning international recognition by securing the Global Center on Adaptation Locally Led Adaptation Championship Award at COP28 for its innovation in developing climate finance. The project has successfully demonstrated a low-cost, high-benefit financing approach with 70% of project funds directly invested in beneficiaries, ensuring maximum impact. By empowering women and youth, fostering green enterprises, and strengthening local governance, Logic has laid a strong foundation for long-term climate resilience and sustainable development in Bangladesh's most climate vulnerable areas. The project has not only improved the livelihoods of millions, but also influenced national climate policies by institutionalizing climate risk-based budget allocation and integrating adaptation strategies into local level planning, ensuring a more climate resilient future. And this was the success of the Logic project. Thank you.
So, Sonam, not to put you in a spot, but if you want to just quickly reflect, you know, that there are two programs. So, are they any in the same geographies, or if the government of Bhutan were to adopt one across all of the country, are there elements that you would take from one or the other? How would that work?
So, you mean the differentiation between LLA and how it syncs with the life year, right? If I'm not
so, life AR and local.
Okay.
The two mechanisms.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for this interesting question. It's very apparent that life year being how our initiative should be, especially to how we will really enhance initiative to bring more adaptive and resilience to the community. That is the principle of life year. Now with the local and LLA, locally lead adaptation, and this LLA and like local project is like a core theme of the life year. How it will how it will catalyze our initiative, because as a life year is like initiative, broad initiative, but when it comes to LLA and local project, is how this driven by the specific local, how we really address the priority of the local, and this is the core theme of the local and LLA, how it's really sinking into the life year and how it's twin into the life year, and the life year, I mean from the LLA and the local project, and that's how then that is how it's the ownership being taken by the community, and they will be in the process from the beginning to the implementation phase with their priority needs and challenges all will be synthesized, and that's how they will significantly contribute in terms of from the process, I mean from the bottom-up approach. That is how the LLA, through the LLA window, and the local project is encompassing for the this to address their needs. Okay, thank you.
So now those were two climate-specific initiatives, right? To use government systems to get climate finance specifically to the local level. The other two we have are climate finance flowing through existing systems, right? That's sort of the idea. So the first, as I mentioned, was India's National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, which has this element of consolidation and devolution. And it's a perfectly good, really good model of doing both and getting funds to the vulnerable communities. So we have Rashi Abhilashi from IID, who's going to tell us how adaptation was incorporated into this social protection mechanism.
Thanks, Anju. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, GCA, for this opportunity to be here and sharing India's experience with the locally led adaptation principles. So as we discuss this national initiatives, like Anju said, I think India's Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, also which works as a scheme at the state level, comes out to be very relevant in this context. And I'll share insights from our initiative, our efforts, wherein we collaborated with the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, to strengthen the climate resilience benefits under this program. But before I do that, I would like to quickly give a brief introduction to this program by reflecting some facts so that I'm sure everybody who's working in this area, in this domain, would know about the social protection program. It's been researched well and written a lot about it. But just for the convenience, so with an annual budget of approximately £8 billion and an outreach of 152 million households that are registered with this program, it's the world's largest social protection program, not just India's largest social protection program. It guarantees 100 days wage employment, additional 50 days wage employment on occurrence of an official declaration of any natural calamity like drought or floods. And in addition to that, it also works in strengthening the natural resource management system and the rural infrastructure at the local level. While originally this program was designed as a poverty elevation program, it has evolved as a climate adaptation tool, and how the additional 50 days that are provided on occurrence of a climate extreme event like drought or flood acts as a support system for the communities at the local level. In addition to that, the works that are undertaken as part of the MGNRG's activities at the community levels, at the local level, at the village level, the Act mandates that 60% of the expenditure should be on NRM activities, agriculture and other allied activities. 75% of the activities that are listed under this program are NRM-based activities. Now, one more addition that has been to this program is that in 2020, every year, so annual circular comes out that guides people working on the implementation of the program at the state level, at various levels. So they've been mandated to use, encouraged to use climate information while planning structures. So this is how it has evolved as a climate adaptation tool. So IID has been researching on the program and its climate adaptation benefits. And through our research, we realized that there are elements that help the communities to not only adapt, but also to a certain extent builds the community's resilience at the household level to deal with the climate challenges. Ministry of Rural Development has continuously, it's the journey of all the programs that are designed. The programs evolve, and this is also the success, but there has also been criticism that has come in. So despite this program being designed in a way where the decision-making power remains with the community at the local level, it has a decentralized architecture for planning, the gap still remains. And this gap, through our study, we realized that this gap is mainly because of the lack of awareness about the rights and entitlements within the community, and lack of their technical capacity to understand some technical knowledge that's required while planning the NRM, natural resource management assets. So we, through our initiative, tried to bridge this gap, and we adopted an innovative approach, which we call as tech plus people approach. And this had two components. Number one, we developed a climate information system, and it's climate resilience information system for planning for MGNRGs. So this is a GIS-based tool, and it's a mobile and web-based platform that provides information to the communities, real-time climate information to communities, along with GIS layer, information about the GIS layers that can help them pick up structures that are actually suitable and relevant for a particular terrain and a region. The second, how we implemented this tool, that's the main feature of this initiative that has helped us implement successfully and pilot it successfully. So we adopted a community-driven, community-led model for implementation of the tool. We trained the volunteers from within the community to share the information about this tool, how this tool can be used with the community, and facilitate the process of planning of NRM structures. So this helped us implement this tool in a better way because we involved community. So what are the initial results? We are at a very nascent stage. Any program like this which involves watershed activities and work around soil and water conservation requires a longer period of time. But what we have targeted and what we have achieved is the softer aspects. We have been able to build the capacities of the communities to use climate information and plan in a manner that it integrates climate information. So how this is aligned with the LLA principles? Number one, it has enhanced decision-making powers and enhanced complete ownership of the process within the community. And this has led to enhancement of the sustainability of the project. And we've been talking about, ensuring that the funds reach at the local level. But we also need to ensure that the funds are used for the activities that they're designed for. So here, because we are providing this climate information, that's an additional information that's being provided to the communities. They don't have to rely on the engineers. The information is in a very easy to use format. We provide, the tool gives them options of the activities and location-specific options. So this has enhanced the decision-making power, actually taken it to the local level and, empowered them. It has improved two-way accountability, although the program itself has a transparency and accountability, element of transparency and accountability. For example, social audit is something, it's a practice that's followed in MGNRGs, but there's some gap. And that's again, it's about the capacities that we need to strengthen, in addition to strengthening the systems that are in, the processes that are in place. So this tool has a feature wherein the community member can actually track the real-time progress of a project and verify the claims that the authorities have made about the progress. And they can actually click a picture and update the status of at what stage the project is, whether it's complete or it's in a dilapidated form, whatever it is. So that gives us power and a confidence to the community, and it also builds the community's trust within the system. So these are some of the successes that we have had. And what has led to this, and I'll close with that, what have been the enabling factors? So number one, we adopted a collaborative approach. From the day one, we collaborated with the system that is that coordinates the program. So we worked closely with Ministry of Rural Development. We held a number of consultations, not only at national level, but more at state level and the local level. We took in their challenges that they face with the program, which processes, which areas need to be smoothened. So these kind of, it was a collaborative. So the program, what usually happens is when we come up with the innovations, we pilot them, we plan them, we pilot them, and the retrofitting comes in later. So what worked for us, we already had the confidence of the government and they believed in it, and which smoothened the implementation process for us as well. So leveraging multi-stakeholder consultations, collaborations, we worked with many organizations that are already involved in the process, not just the administrative systems, but also like at the state level, we have Department of Science and Technologies agencies who are actually responsible for helping the state to prepare the GIS plan. So we worked with them when we developed this tool. It was a community-led approach that helped us. And why MGNRGs has been successful at many levels is also because it has worked through convergence. So it converges with many other programs. And some of the initial initiatives are, we were approached by the ministry for other program, which is Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, which has a watershed development component. So this tool in Madhya Pradesh was also used. They piloted whether this works for them, and so they did planning for some watershed areas in Madhya Pradesh in some districts. So, and the ministry is now, although this program was supported by FCDO, again FCDO has come in. So this program was supported by FCDO, but, and it was a limited time, although we had enough, it was a good time, but yeah, we could not continue after a certain time. But the ministry has taken interest and has itself gone and, is taking up discussions with NRSC, which is National Remote Sensing Center, to how this CRISPM tool can be scaled up. Not just the tool, but the entire approach, which puts people in the center, the tech plus people approach. Thank you, and sorry for taking too much of time, but I had a lot to discuss. Yeah. I think I was overwhelmed with the information that I have.
There's a
Thank
lot.
you.
And in fact, Rashi, we have a description of this in the chapter on social protection in the Stories of Resilience we launched this morning. I should mention that we have a few copies, hard copies here. So if you'd like a copy, do ask. So, we looked at social protection mechanisms becoming means of channeling finance to the local level. The advantage, like Rashi was talking about, of course, is that you have a ready-made vehicle, right, to get finance to where it's most needed. You'll never be able to make those kind of investments in setting up those kind of systems with the social audits, the transparency mechanisms, etc. So there are quite a few. And then, of course, the same issue arose when we took, in the chapter you'll see on loss and damage. Because Raju's question this morning was, how are affected communities ever going to be able to access this new fund on responding to loss and damage? And the only way they're going to be able to do that is if that money goes through systems that these communities already have access to, right? So Ali has very kindly offered to come back on stage and tell us a little bit in his role as board member, because it's perhaps early days to say that that will be the mechanism, but maybe Ali, you can tell us a little bit of, where things are at, what are board members considering, and your own sort of views on whether this would be a mechanism that works.
Thank you. And thank you for another opportunity to make first impression. I serve on the board, but whatever I say are my personal views. They are not the board's views, nor are they the constituency that I represent, that's Asia Pacific, or my country that nominated me. And those views are typically not very welcome views, and I want to share those with you. It took us 30 years to get to this point. The first time this was raised was in Rio de Janeiro in 1992. And there were two views. One were island nations that were saying that we are a aggrieved party and we should be supported. And the second were some representatives, particularly led by the Bush administration's representatives. They said that the market-based solutions, such as risk transfer and insurance, is a way to think about it. It goes back as far back as 1992. The principle adopted there, shared but differentiated responsibility, continues to divide global South and global North on these issues. North refuses to accept as a responsibility, and that's at the heart of conversations about climate justice. That's what loss and damage connotation is for the most part for most people. But we set up a fund under UNFCCC, one fund every 10 years. We started off with the Adaptation Fund, if I'm not mistaken, and then some other fund, and then GCF now. Yes. And every time it became controversial to the extent that it compromised that principle that the developing country representatives were very deeply married to, of justice, saying that it's not lending. So let me offer you first 3 or 4 definitions of climate finance. I subscribe to each one of them, but each one of them I'll contradict myself. First is from a developing country point of view, it should not be lending. That's first. Second, as a development practitioner, every dime that we spent on development has become climate finance. You build a bridge or whatever, school or whatever it is. Every money that goes in development sector is a climate finance. Third, if it is on market rate, then it's not climate finance. You can go and borrow money. Even the concessional financing can be challenged on this score. But that's the mainstream of climate finance. Now in the board, we see that these conversations or these definitions, there's one more, but that's not very relevant, central here. Different people subscribe to this. Every representative or every intervention that I have listened to in the board meetings that I've attended, everybody says that the fund should be very focused. It's a relatively small fund and we cannot be everywhere. But then every representative will say, but, and then they'll give their long list of things that this fund needs to do. And there are no exceptions to this. Very well-regarded professionals will do that while representing their countries, be it Germans or the UK, sorry about this, but everybody says that. Now, there are at least 7 or 8 key words that all of us have heard. This fund is not operational. The board is trying for it to become operational now, hopefully by mid this year or towards the end of this year. And that will be a record speed because GCF took God knows how many years, and here it's not even 2 years. The pressure is huge that we set up the fund, but why you're not helping the people in Barbados? And that comes to DRR-related financing. Whenever there is an extreme weather event, there is an expectation that this fund can support that. There's a very strong focus saying that it's not about DRR, but it's about slow onset. So let's focus on that. That's long term, that's linked with the loss and damage. And then there are developing country people. Oftentimes they'll say that we are drowning in debt. It has to include budgetary support. And the suspicion of the developed countries' representatives as an undercurrent is that you are not very accountable, you are not very transparent, we don't know where this money would go, and maybe budgetary support, but we are also very interested in direct support to communities. In some ways, an undercurrent, and this is my interpretation, I hope I'm wrong, is that developing countries say that our government should be the channel, and oftentimes the developed country intervention saying, no, we can go and provide direct support. How we provide that remains unanswered. But one implication by inference is that if you do direct support, we'll need to have a mechanism to support large number of projects like Jeff. And it will take forever to do that. And there may not be consistency because it will be driven by relatively small grants of that sort. So that's a debate that exists. Then there are modern terms that are oftentimes used, such as blended financing. There's no free ride, and maybe we can leverage a grant. 2 minutes already? Okay, I'll wrap up in a minute. So blended finance is another one. First risk is another one, and the list is unending. Where does it take us? The decisions are not taken, but the point, last 1 minute, I'll say, where is the money? The total pledges were about 750 or 800 million. We have just started getting those pledges into actual cash through the mechanisms that are divided. And some countries have bifurcated their pledges over 2 or 3 years. So if you've pledged 100 or 200 million, now you're saying it's for 3 years. So in other words, the aspiration or appetite or ambition on part of developing country representatives such as me is that we should be talking a fund that could be larger than GCF in disbursements, not only in pledges, in disbursements. But then on the other hand, if we are spreading our $200 million worth of pledge to 2 or 3 years, and they are the larger funders, then the chances are that the fund will probably stay in single digit of 3 digits, so to speak. To conclude, The first country that transferred money, I understand, was USA, because that was $17 million. And the chances were that if the administration loses and another party wins, then this 17 million will be withdrawn. At that time, we did not know that the British government is also cutting down its budget. And EU has its own challenges and so on and so forth. So the prospects of this fund getting very large at this time look very small. And ma'am, if you allow me 59 seconds, I just want to make one point about the architecture of the fund, because this is a very sophisticated community. Architecture was not conceived overnight, but it has evolved. I think we started with VIM, Warsaw Implementation Mechanism. And the challenge that they had was, how do we distinguish loss and damage from adaptation? So they identified 5 areas, and if you allow, I open to read those for the benefit of my colleagues here. And they did very credible research work on this. First area was slow onset of climate events. The second was non-economic losses. And the third is comprehensive risk management. The fourth area is displacement. And the fifth area was action and support. On each of these areas, they commissioned studies, case studies, and they developed methodologies. You can see it on their website of WIM. And the assumption was that whenever the fund is set up, this framework will be used and will not have to struggle with adaptation funds. This was followed some years later with the Santiago Network. And its job was to provide capacity building. So because they evolved over a period of time, they were not preconceived. The assumption was, this is the definition, this is the capacity, and this is the funding window. So the board in some ways is trying to struggle, can we use this triangle as we go forward? And if that happens, or even if it doesn't happen, the studies on Santiago Network's website are powerful ones. We should not miss seeing them. And the capacity building is such that many national governments sitting here may like to access that window. Thank you very much. And apologies for accident.
We now have 10 minutes for a discussion. So if there are any questions or comments from the audience or indeed from the panelists, please go ahead. Yes. I think we'll start in the back there.
So my question goes to Pragyanji on locale, because performance-based grant mechanism is not new, right? It is already being practiced. So I was just interested, how much lessons from country as well as international level is feed into bringing some of the innovation around tackling some of the challenges, because it is still centrally controlled. Because as you said, there is a steering committee at Ministry of Forest Environment. It is, steering committee that will control. You have compliance mechanism on what they should do. And because if you look into how local, communities, vulnerable group will have their representation, how inclusive it will be in terms of identifying their priorities and getting fund to that, and how much, space is there. Because oftentimes local government will invest in their areas which are not necessarily going to benefit, vulnerable households. So, for example, if they want to invest in climate smart agriculture, it will not benefit landless or those, people who don't have, access to land tenure, right? So these complexities are there. Have you learned lessons in terms of bringing those into the locale so that, it will be actually locally led, because it still looks like centrally controlled, but flowing to the local government level. So how much of that particular learning is reflected into your design? Thank you.
Thank you. Pragya, if it's okay, we'll take the other 2 questions and then come back. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
I have 2 general comments or intervention to make here. Anybody can answer. So recently we have 2 developments, because we are discussing national initiatives to finance LLA. So withdrawal of USA from Paris Agreement, and the second, suspension of ESAID, because I am severely affected. My organization is $100 million we are talking about suspension. So how do you think the LLA in the coming days, what would be our best strategy to overcome this kind of situation? Do you think it is necessary to rethink our strategy, or it will be just business as usual?
It's not, mine is not question, it's an issue I would like to raise regarding the financing, climate financing. Even we have financing from whatever agencies, multinational financing institutions or the national government. The issue is there should be a kind of parameters, the effectiveness of the financing. No? And especially in the case of multinational financing institution, when we apply those kind of financing, and we have been hearing that many countries, they are in debt. No? So, very good to know that Pragyan Joshi, you pointed out this, the UNCDF has developed some of the parameters to measure the effectiveness of the financing for this kind of projects or the programs. So one thing is whatever program, projects or financing we do, there should be, my point is, there should be a point or the mechanism that should be able to measure effectiveness of that financing. And another is already raised by other friends also, is access to the financing for the needy people. So this has to be a kind of regular mechanism, so that this real local adaptation will be there. Thank you.
Excuse me. Yeah.
So we're running out of time, but okay, 2 more and that's it.
Okay.
So please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. One of the panelists from Bangladesh, I think, was presenting a success case, where he mentioned that about 70% of the funding went to the grassroots level of the community, local community, in compliance with the LLA principles. Just a question to him, actually, how did he monitor it, and what sort of costs were involved into it? The thing is, here in Nepal also, our policy says that 80% of this funding should go to the local level. I think this sort of experience will be very useful to us also, to understand how it was done there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just to add to what Liaquat Bhai mentioned, one is shifting priorities or some development partners quitting from the climate space. Another one is the change of regime, which we are currently facing in Bangladesh, right? And we have experience. I'm interested to know more from your end how these processes, institutionalized and devolved financing processes, sustain such regime changes. Thank you.
In no particular order, but Rahi, you may want to take that because Narega has gone through a regime change as well, right? So, but we'll go around if we may, and everybody can choose to answer which question they might. We'll start with you, Rosie, and then we'll go around. Is that okay?
Yeah, I particularly would like to address the issues around financing, which was raised by the gentleman here. Effectiveness of financing. So it is not just about the quantity of financing that goes to the local level, it's also about the quality, and very much agree with that. And we at IID have been exploring around and been talking with different donors and testing different approaches, including the 360 accountability approach, which I will be talking more in one of the sessions tomorrow, but it's about not just local levels reporting upwards, in terms of how the finance are being used, but also the reporting from the donors and intermediaries to the local communities, stating that how they are using the funds. So it's more of a mutual accountability, more ensuring bottom-up accountability, and ensuring that finance that reaches to the local level is actually effective, and it's not just about the quantity and quality. So I'll be talking more about this tomorrow. I'll just give space to other colleagues to respond to the questions. Thank you.
So if I have understood my part, the question was how the finance invested in the beneficiaries directly, how it is monitored. Actually, our lowest tier of local government is the Union Parishad, and we have local representatives at every villages. So through the village areas, we have a women and men representative, and especially through that representatives, it is monitored. And we have a biggest NGO, that is BRAC, and BRAC was actively involved in the training part of this project. And I think Liakut Bhai can supplement something, how the fund is monitored, which is directly invested to the beneficiaries. Can you supplement something? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. I'd like to address the one that was put forward in terms of how inclusive is the funds that is transferred and prioritized by the local communities. And you also mentioned that if it's centrally controlled and there's a compliance mechanism that's inbuilt, how do we cater to the local needs? So I just want to mention that we're not very fixated on the name of local climate adaptive living facility. That's why we try to contextualize it to the countries. So Logic is a case, an example where we have applied the performance-based grant system in the joint program with UNDP. We're supporting the government of Bangladesh to have the performance-based grant system go down to the grassroots level. So the 70% that was indicated, these are funds that have gone directly to the community, and they have used the performance-based mechanism. So in our interventions, what we do is that we ensure that the government processes are followed. So when we have the local level planning processes, we don't have a separate planning process for our program as such. It's just we try to mainstream it and have and emphasize a participatory approach. And we, as we mentioned, in the list of indicators that we have, it includes PFM, governance, as well as climate change indicators. And we also have indicators on inclusiveness. So how much portion of the funding that has been prioritized by the local communities most vulnerable, how have they been integrated? And we have assessments done to ensure that their needs have come into and been financed as well. So these are some mechanisms. Although it looks top-down, this is how the fund flow mechanism works. It's going from the federal to the local level, but in terms of how the funding is, in the usage of the funding, that's prioritized and completely led at the local level. So I just wanted to make that clear. We do have gender and inclusive assessments done, social and environment assessments done to ensure that the funds are being rightly used and effectively used, and there's also an accountability mechanism that's also built in as well. So I hope that addresses your question. But we do have annual meeting, an annual board meeting, which comprises of members from each of the locale countries, where they share the learnings as well as recommendations, which gets sort of inbuilt into the programming. And that's another platform that we use as well. Thank you.
So, I mean, today MGNR just looks in a very happy state, if I can take the liberty to say so. But why I'm given this statement is we've had a long journey of a lot of challenges. The implementation of such programs which are at such large scale, I mean, it's not possible to, have a very smooth implementation. So for example, if we talk about how the funds reach the local level, how do we ensure that, So there have been challenges and there have been criticism. And there was a time when the funds would, move from the national level, from center to state, then sub-state level, and then finally it would reach at the block and the village level. And these all, this long chain gives space for misappropriation of the finances. I mean, there's a possibility. I mean, we have a number of examples from all over the world. I mean, it's not something that's particular in this case here. So, like one recent thing that has happened is the drive for financial inclusion that has increased. What they have done now is the money is transferred directly to the beneficiary's account. So having beneficiary accounts, everybody, they're trying to have accounts for each beneficiary that's registered with the MGNRGS. There's other program that, as part of financial inclusion, that's initiating this process where everybody has an account and where all the benefits from different services can be linked and can be passed on. So this is one example, I think, how to an extent the process is smoothened. Even now, I mean, there are chances where still cases from some places do come up where people complain that they haven't received the fund, or if they received it, how it was used. We do get cases, and while we were working in Madhya Pradesh and Jharkhand, we did come across such stories. So I think it's a long journey, and it's a process, it's an evolving journey. I think we are moving towards a better, smoother implementation and a process that ensures smooth facilitation of the program.
Thank you. Actually, I am not from the finance background. Now, whatever the discussion we had earlier, for like length and breadth, boils down to the finance at the end. That is what we want to, whatever the project implementation, be it activities to the landscape of adaptation and mitigation, is exactly true what our dear audience raised by that accessibility of the finance. Accessibility, how we do, that is the challenging. Now with the theory of change, now with the concept of theory of change, from that standard financing mechanism to how to really evolve with the locally driven, what are the existing mechanisms in the local, not individual ownership, how that community has really have that kind of mechanism in arranging, or like how they transparently use the whatever the amount they secured is. That is the critical point why they under the theory of change with the innovative ideas that will leverage as another instrument to access the funding. That is how now under the Life Here project that comes the theory of change. Now from the business as usual to business unusual. That's how now this will really amplify accessing the finance from the bilateral or multilateral donor also thing. That's what I view, that will be the additional tool to access the finance for the locally driven priorities. Other than, I think, I just second whatever the panelists here said, and I think more from the finance perspective we'll say from the other distinguished panelists here who are really into the finance background. Thank you.
Well, there are many questions, but let me see if I can talk about one aspect raised was of access. The international climate finance ecosystem is extremely complex for most people, and particularly for developing country, recipient governments. They don't know what's there and how to access that. And typically their own culture is not proposal writing like NGOs and others. So they are on the wrong end of the stick. No matter how many windows we create, how many specialized facilities that we create, how many accreditation systems that we, but if it's a dangling horse, you cannot beat it beyond a certain level. So I think that's a challenge we need to figure out, if we can, how to simplify. And the intermediaries for such funds where accreditation is required are typically northern based institutions. So over a period of time, at least my observation, and I tend to be wrong often, is that it's about their own sustainability than the local level needs, at the community level of the recipient countries. And they will very conveniently make a project for 2, 3, 5, 7 countries. Each country will have a smaller component over 3 or 5 years, and that will be against the dignity of that country or its people, that you're, a large country or whatever country size, and you're getting 10, 20, 30 million over whatever period of time. So the transparency on part of intermediary organizations is also a question in my mind. And our ability to persuade southern institutions to have accreditation for such funds is also very important. And last reflection in this regard is that since the divide is at many levels, one tier is about climate justice, and the other is about transparency and accountability. In between, there is a growing culture of international climate finance to look for domestic taxes, revenues, and private sector engagement. And oftentimes the capacity of those institutions is limited in many, many countries across Africa, Latin America, and Asia. So it's a big ask for private sector to become a partner in NDC implementation. It's a big ask to introduce taxation that is carbon related or emissions related. Whereas our own capacity to increase financing for adaptation from larger windows like Green Climate Fund have been extremely limited. If we further skew it down to analyze, you look at what's the level of financing gone to least developed countries or landlocked countries or island countries, that will be even limited. If you look at what kind of amount has gone to small and medium enterprises, that will be even more limited. If you try to find data for the special people or for marginalized, for minorities, for women, this will be even a bigger challenge. So the entire ecosystem of climate finance raises more questions than it answers in my mind. Thank you.
Very briefly, yes, just on a couple of points. One of our colleagues asked about the US aid financing, what happens with that, I think. Well, if you look at 2016 to 2019, 4 years, we have the answer there. We don't have to look what's happening now, but a very strong answer there. And in fact, no climate finance really came from the US administration then. So now it's even harsher. So the strategy has to change. It's like, what I believe is, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but in the name, in the phrase of climate change or climate, the finance is not going to fly. I don't believe that the entire support system will end. It may come in a different form, but the climate part is going to have a significant impact. Why I say this is because with an example, if you look at the world's biggest fund, Green Climate Fund, during the Obama administration, $3 billion was placed to the GCF, Green Climate Fund. Up to now, only 1.5 billion came into the fund. How many years has it been? UK, Germany, France, they tried to step up with their place because there was a gap. But how long they could alone hold to that particular part was always a question. So I think for next 4 years, this is going to be quite tough. But then we'll have to adjust that strategy in a way. On the excess part, just building on what Ali said, in 2023, the entire Paris Agreement implementation was assessed. It's what was called global stock take. And in the global stock take, one of the theme was climate finance. Within the climate finance, there was a lot of elements, both looking at the quantitative side and qualitative side. And in that element, in the qualitative side, developing countries like ours continuously raised in 2 years' time the issue of access. Because it was not just about what the quantum was out there, but whether the available resources was actually coming to our countries or not. And one of the things that LDCs, especially then 47 LDC countries, continuously voiced that access was difficult, it was too cumbersome, burdensome and all, it was taking long. Because writing funding proposal took sometimes 6 years. Getting resources to the ground took several years. So it means that was a very lengthy process. So you'll see that that is also one of the things where Life AR came into existence actually, just to resolve that kind of thing. So I think that access is a very key element. But just my final point would be, of course, when it comes to financing, it is the obligation of the developed countries to provide resources to a country like ours. There's no doubt about that. They have to ease out in all these fronts, qualitative, quantitative side, enabling environment from their side, that has to be eased out, there's no doubt. But at the same time also we'll have to look inwards as well. So whatever resources that we get, what is the level of absorption capacity with those resources in our countries? I think that is a very key element. While we say that, we also have to see that those resources received, are they actually going to the most vulnerable communities, the most needy ones or not? Or is there something else with those resources? So enhancing the capacity along that line is equally important. So I think it's a both two-way process, but the cases, learnings from the ground really helps even to suggest those bigger funds to say that how they need to really see and change the policies or strategies in helping countries like ours. Thank you.
Thank you to our brilliant panelists. So big hand please for everyone. And thank you also to all of you for enduring us after lunch and not falling asleep, at least visibly. So we'll take a 15-minute coffee break, please. The next session will be more interactive, so we'll get you moving. So if you could get yourself a cup of coffee and come back, we can start the next session. Thank you, everyone.
Group 1, oh, let's give them a better title. You are station leader, station director 1, station director 2, station director 3, station director 4, and station... Yes. Yeah. I'll be here. Okay. No, I think this ones who came on time, they need to be more food secure than others. So during the lunch, during the dinner, we make sure you get the first priority. And if you want, you can take second round before others. So group 1, okay. Group 1 would be here. There's something with there. Group 1. Group 2. So your group will be there. It's already labeled group 2. Group 3. So yours, yeah, group 3. No, if you go out on the left, group 3 is labeled already. You see there. Group 4, yours will be out there too, close to the registration desk. It's well arranged. It's labeled group 4. And then group 5, you want to... You guys, I will make sure you are food secure before others. Yeah. Look, in terms of... No, because everybody will have to rotate. Yeah. Just announce that. Yeah, okay. Okay, good. Who else? Sorry? With too much organizing, more time will be spent on managing people. about the same problem. But the question is, how do we target the needs of smallholder farmers? We know already that smallholder farmers, they are very vulnerable. They have less capacity to adapt to the challenges of climate change. But we don't want to keep talking of problems and problems. People are saying, where are the solutions? So we want to talk more about the locally led solutions that are available. And in doing that, I'll just give a quick, for a few minutes, I have just 2 slides to talk about GCA and what we do. GCA, like I said, is a solution center, which we are focusing, our main aim is to see how we can focus on upscaling the solutions and adaptation solutions that are available. And we do that, and we work, our way of working, I listened attentively this morning and this afternoon to the issue of financing, is to see we work through IFIs and MDBs, international financing institutions, and the multilateral development banks, like the World Bank, IFAD, Asian Development Bank, and others. In our work in GCA, under this program, is we provide support, technical advisory assistance, through studies to ensure that the design and implementation of investment projects, that they take consideration and highlight issues that have to do with adaptation for farmers and relevant, not for bigger farmers. And we have done that in a number of projects. One example is the one we did in West Africa, NIMET, where we have successfully mainstreamed or talked about climate adaptation at the local level. We also have similar example as well in Cameroon. I just came from Cameroon last week to talk about that. So far, we have succeeded within the food security program to work on this in several projects in 28 countries in Africa to the tune of investment projects worth $4.3 billion US. This is not the money GCA is giving out. We are supporting with some technical assistance. That's what has been happening. And in our work, the 2 approaches or solutions we felt we are working on that is how do we provide climate information and weather advisory services to farmers to be able to adapt, so that farmers can make informed decisions of what to plant, when to harvest and carry the operation, so that they don't go into this has been mentioned earlier this morning. We also focus on how to scale up climate resilient seeds and other adaptation options. And we're working a lot on that with the CGIAR and, of course, national agricultural research institutions. So that's just about this. Next slide. Now, in terms of helping farmers and local communities, we see them as part of the solution. They're not just passive people who are just waiting for the solution to come. But they have the capacity, they have this knowledge, they have this understanding of their local situations. Climate change has been there maybe for several years, and these farmers have learned and they have experimented over several things. And so we felt they are a resource on their own. What we need to do is encourage them. For example, the climate and weather information that I mentioned earlier on, we see farmers, and we're working with local communities and farmers to co-create weather information with farmers and the local communities. So you can see some aspect of LLA that can be done, not only just in LLA, but also in food security and others. Secondly, many of us are familiar with DCAS, Digital Climate Information and Agricultural Advisory Services, where MET organizations provide information to farmers on weather. But we felt we are encouraging what we call reverse DCAS. So it's farmers who receive this information, they evaluate them, they provide their own feedback, so that it is co-created and everything that is going to be presented or shared with them is actually building upon farmers' knowledge and have feedback from farmers as well. In our TA studies, technical advisory support, we try to minimize in our work to ensure that we avoid this risk of trying to force a homogenization of farming. What do I mean by that? Communities differ. Climate change is a context-specific issue. We felt that in our work that we need to minimize this risk by ensuring that we look at what is happening at different levels, what are their knowledge, and what are their capacities, so that they can contribute within their own context to build the issues on climate change, also in the planning of investment options. Next. That's just an overview of what we do. But today, specifically, since we are here, this session will focus on specific LLA initiatives on food security in Asia. So this session will have first my brother here, that's what we call ourselves in Africa, Dr. Pramod. He will give us, just set the scene for a few minutes, tell us about climate change in Asia, and then we'll have a World Cafe session. Like I said, World Cafe is like we're taking coffee, we're sitting around the table, we're discussing specific issues over a cup of chai and discussing, and so those questions will be explained. So we'll have 5 station managers. Okay, maybe if you like big title, let's call them station directors. Okay, instead of who is a group leader, maybe that's a little bit, let's call them station directors. And they are these 2 gentlemen, and of course, just my colleagues, my brothers and sisters are over there. So what we have, group 1 will be here, or station 1 here. Station 2 will be there, they are numbered already. Station 3 will be outside, it's labeled group 3, or station 3. Station 4 will just be on your right, next to the registration desk, and station 5 will be here. What will they be doing? So first, each of them will explain in few 90 seconds. 90 seconds to just give you a quick feel, a pitch on the topic they're going to discuss about. These 5 people will explain that. And then we'll break ourselves into groups, 5. And then some will be here, others will be here. After 5 minutes, so they will discuss this with all of us. We'll give over a cup of, you can take your cup of coffee. We discuss it among yourself, respond to some specific questions, which I'm going to talk about just now. And thereafter, after 15 minutes, I'll be going around, then you move. The only people who will not move will be themselves. They are permanent representatives in their stations. The rest, but you can revolve. You are like ambassador, plenipotentiary, so you can move, you can rove. So you move, if you are in group 1 before, you now move to group 2 to also give your ideas on specific initiatives on LLA. Then, after about 15 minutes, I come around, or 10 minutes, then you move from group 2, we move to group 4. Group 1, we move to group 2. Group 5 will come here. So all of us will rotate. Is that okay? And thereafter, we will come back here in the plenary to just give a report of what was discussed in the various stations and what are the recommendations. And then we wrap up. I assure you it's going to be fun. We assure you will not keep you waiting for long, but let's interact. The reason why I break into groups, we want it to be very interactive. So the way I see the number now will be about 10 to 12 in each group, so that's going to be very good for interaction. Get an extra cup of coffee or tea or chai, and then let's discuss. So before we go to the groups, I want to now call upon Dr. Pramod, who will help us to set the scene. And thereafter, this gentleman and lady will talk about, just to give us a pitch for just 90 seconds, 2 minutes, on what we'll be discussing in each of the groups. Next one, the final slide is, so what are the key questions that we discuss in each of these groups? Next slide, please. Next slide. There's a slide, the last one. That's a very important slide. Because that's where the questions are. The questions we'll be discussing. Yes, these are the questions we'll be discussing at the World Cafe. The first question is, with the presentation that you have been given by this gentleman and lady, you answer these questions. What are the locally led aspects of the specific LLA initiative? She will scale them up at all. show me the figures, show me the data. That's the first thing. So when you listen to the presentation, you now contribute to this question. Second one is, if we have to scale them up at national level, what is the best approach to do so? Third question you deal with within that group would be, so what kind of changes, if you want to scale them up at different levels, at national level, so what are the kind of changes in terms of policy, in terms of institution, in terms of governance, in terms of capacity will be required to facilitate such scaling up at national level? And number 4 is, who should do them? What are the actors that should be involved? At the level of government, private sector, or whatever you can identify, to ensure that smallholder farmers get the support that they need to be able to adapt to climate change at their level. Question? Is that okay? Is that clear? Thank you very much. So now over to you, Dr. Prambo.
Thank you, Olu. Can I have my presentation, please? Thank you for inviting me. I have very limited time, and I'm not going to discuss much about climate change per se, because I presume all of us, having come that far, do understand what is climate change, what's happening here. But just for record, we have reached almost 1.5 degrees, and in time to come, we shall really be going further and further if we don't start adapting quickly. But how do you adapt? You know, this region is fairly complex. We have all sorts of risk all the time. At any given time, at least one country or one region will have drought, flood, heat, you name it. Practically everything is there. And you know, there are lots of estimates. We say we are losing almost 10% of our GDP, agriculture GDP, once in a while because of some of this climatic risk. And in time to come, that's likely to become worse. And as a consequence, it's not that the governments and donors are not sensitized about it. Everybody is fairly sensitized. People are trying their best to the best of their capacity. There are lots of interventions in agriculture sector which are already available. It's not that we have to rethink all the time. There are lots of practices. For example, conservation agriculture, ICTs, you know, like digital agriculture services that Olu just talked about, crop insurance or agriculture insurance, and several technologies which we shall be briefly alluding to. And several government schemes exist practically in every country to scale them up. Yet, despite billions of dollars spent on these schemes over the last few years, we still see this region has almost 200 million people still undernourished or not getting enough food or poor, and even becoming more and more vulnerable to climate change. So that's the challenge that we all have in this region. So this discussion at this time is really very apt. Many of us believe that LLA is the solution, but even LLA, we have been talking for quite some time. Today, again, we have been hearing lots of examples, but it has been really difficult to scale. So there are lots of challenges that we really need to understand. The region is so diverse in terms of climate, in terms of income profiles, poverty, infrastructure, finance. It becomes so difficult to scale everything. Now, to address this, several approaches have been tried in past. We ourselves have tried an approach called climate smart villages. Some of you, and I presume our colleagues from Nepal perhaps will be talking about it. It all comes in different names, in climate resilient villages or climate smart villages. Globally, more than 32 countries have adopted that approach. I don't have up-to-date statistics, what exactly is the status of them, but still I would say it has not really been something that has been scaled to a very large number. So what do we really need to do? And I'm very happy to note that GCA is planning a South Asia accelerator. I think that's a very important program. If we can lay some foundation for that, I think it will really be great. So I suggest the following 4 points. Just very briefly, I will talk about 4 points which I think are very critical for us to define in case we really want to scale LLA. First, what is LLA? So what you say, LLA need not be local adaptation of somebody else. I think many of us ourselves are not very clear the definition. What is that we are saying this is our innovation? And if you really want to scale, you have to think beyond your community. You have to think, okay, if you want to attract finance for this, for our country, for our region, where can this be scaled? For that, you have to define its boundaries first. You know, that where exactly, in what soils, what climatic regions your innovation is suitable. It's not going to be universally suitable because you're talking about local adaptation. So it will not be obviously suitable everywhere. So you have to define its characteristics. Others will not be able to define. So those who are proposing this innovation, they have to define that what is the range in which it is suitable. What is the climate risk mitigation potential? Is it going to create more employment, more adaptation, more food security, or is it something which is just local level food security? So the region has lots of urban people as well. We have to think of food security as a whole, not just of individuals. So those are some of the challenges that really have to define about our LLA. I think that itself, particularly, I feel that's missing in much of the literature. Next one, then we have to start defining adaptation domains. And I think you cannot do by yourself alone. You have to involve many more people. What are the regions where this is likely to be successful? Your innovation is not likely to be successful everywhere, so you have to start defining what similar climate and socioeconomic profiles exist, where this innovation is likely to be successful. And suitability, not only in current, we're also talking in terms of adaptation. When we talk about, we're also talking about future, right? So whether it is likely to be still adaptation, and in fact, many times, we talk about maladaptation, often misguided maladaptation, but lots of our practices today need not necessarily remain adaptation, which would have adaptation potential in future. So we have to be really very careful. Green revolution, we started in this particular region, has come under a lot of criticism today because of some of the adverse effects it's showing now. So we have to avoid that. So we have to be very careful in terms of suitability in future climate as well. The next one is the scalability. Is this really scalable? What are the enablers? What are the barriers for it? Well, in case you want some policy, some institutions support, then you really have to define that. Somebody has to define it. I don't know who, whether it's the innovator himself or someone else, they have to define this. What sort of credit will be required? What is the market? You see, suppose you start producing more and more, whether it will fit in the market system or not, right? It's very easy to say, let's adapt, but adaptation generally means producing more food in times of climatic risk. And if everybody starts adapting, where to sell all of that produce that you bring to the market? Custom hiring centers, cost-benefit analysis. There's a lot of work for us to do before we can really think of scaling. How many people will benefit? Is it marginal people who will benefit, or is it some landlords who are likely to benefit? And more important, when we start talking about climate finance, does it align already with the current government scheme? The government is not all of a sudden going to change its own work plan, or let's say investment plan, just because you come up with some innovation, right? So we ideally should really link with the current schemes as much as possible. I think the point that was already discussed early in the morning. Can we go to the last point, please? Then, of course, this is something that was discussed a lot in the last session as well. How much will be required? Some sort of estimate is required. When, where, whether you are talking about public funding or private funding, what sort of climate finance is needed. I think some of these points are very important for us to really internalize if we really are serious about scaling local adaptation. The next slide, please. I have just 2 or 3 suggestions for this South Asia Accelerator based on my own experiences. First, I think it's important to create a registry of LLA, a global or South Asia registry. See, I don't know about other countries. In India, we have a registry of plant varieties developed by farmers. So farmer gets patent over that variety, right? So any seed, whatever you want to do, any industry wants to commercialize, they have to take approval of that patent holder. So farmers have that particular right. Something on a similar lines, if we can create in the South Asia Accelerator a registry of innovations of local-led adaptation, I think that will benefit a lot the innovator also, and encourage them to further evolve that innovation. To scale up, you will definitely need partnerships. Innovators themselves alone cannot do, because if you really want to do this, you will need to do many more pilots. It just, pilot at a given place to demonstrate may not necessarily be enough. If we want to scale, so many more pilots will have to be done in critical agricultural regions. And finally, I think we really need to, in this age of data science, artificial intelligence, we should be thinking about a digital atlas, which will really support scaling climate, the scaling decisions about local-led adaptation. And I'll give you just one example. I have a short demo, a short video. If I go to the next slide, please. And if you click in the center, this is an atlas, for example, very similar atlas that we have developed. If you can just click in the middle. Yeah, so this is an atlas that we are currently trying to develop for South Asia, Atlas of Climate Adaptation. This is largely to help institutional level scaling up strategies. It's not about local-led adaptation, much more about policy. I will not have time to go into details. So quickly, some sort of impact pathway, how exactly we are going to do, who is going to benefit, and overall what sort of benefits we get to the community. So this is just to give you a demo. You can, if you're really serious, you can explore this further. It gives you details at 5-kilometer level, practically at every village scale. What are the key climatic risks for individual commodities? And we're talking of almost 30 agricultural commodities, all sorts of crops, livestock species, poultry, fisheries. We're discussing all of that. This is work done in partnership with lots of people, so you can see all sorts of hazards that individual commodities experience, because adaptation is to some of these climatic risks. Then you can also see what sort of adaptation options are available. Here, large number of adaptation options are already available. These are all production-oriented adaptation options that we are talking about. You can compare them, see what is applicable where, and you can zoom it. We are showing here just for South Asia, but you can go up to a very small scale. Just like, for example, here for Nepal, you can see in much more detail about every adaptation option. If we just quickly move on, I just want to highlight that this work has been done in partnership with Nepal, India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. We have not started work in other countries yet because of limited resources. And what is being done here is, this is also being validated by communities. So we are doing partnership workshop in every country, lots of workshops, where focal group discussions with partners, farming communities, NGOs take place to validate the results that we have here. Because if we really want it to be useful, then it has to be validated, knowledge has to be really validated. I think I'll stop there. If you just click at the bottom, you'll see the link to this, and if you want to, you can go back to this link, and this is already live, still a draft version, but you can explore this further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Dr. Agarwal. So next, we just have for 90 seconds, 120 seconds, starting from now, we want to invite, I don't know what his Mr., but let's call him for now. I agree that he's a doctor. So Dr. Golkar, so just tell us the group you'll be leading, so what is it about?
Thank you. May I have my presentation, please? Yeah, I just need a few slides. Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank GCA and organizers to invite us for this workshop. So, as we mentioned, the topic is like building response capacity of smallholder farmers for climate impacts in India. So, specifically, climate impacts for smallholder farmers, the major livelihood aspect is agriculture. So, we have 3 major pillars for their capacity building. Next slide, please. Yeah, so to build a climate resilient agriculture among the community, we have these 3 T's. So first is the training, teamwork, and technology. So training for the sustainable agriculture practices, water efficient practices, build awareness and capacities of the community, both men and women farmers, for integrated pest disease management, nutrient management, organic farming, and various other aspects of agriculture. Then bring them and group them into unity as a team with the SHGs, the self-help groups, or the farmer producer organizations. So they have a better bargaining power at the market, as well as they have procure their resources at good prices. And technology, like the interventions like your mobile applications for for agro advisories and other things, that could be used. Next slide, please. So these are some of the photographs of our work. So whatever the food security which we will try to bring within the community, that is through protection of ecosystem, local ecosystem, because that ecosystem will facilitate the further food security of the next generations as well. And last but not least, next slide. To build the response capacity of farmers and upscale all these activities, we have this mobile application called Farm Precise, so which is already available in 5 languages and in 4 states. It's all, in India, and it has a participatory mode and dynamic weather advisories, and there are different features to that. As name mentions, it has also a calculator for the fertilizer, pest disease repository, and various other features. And it's available for farmers on the Play Store for free. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next person is Dr. Kathmandu. What are you going to speak about?
Thank you. We are discussing food security, so definitely it will talks about agriculture. So our model, because I am from BRAC, so in Bangladesh, our model is adaptation clinic, ensuring food security through climate adaptive agriculture. Ultimately, we try to reach towards smart agriculture. So when we people got sick, we try to go to clinic or hospital. So because of climate change, our agriculture becomes sick because of the climatic impact. So we thought our model could be a clinic so that people and farmers can come with their problems and we can give them solutions, what to do, how to do, and what is the intervention for future. So definitely we consider the climatic hotspot not entire country, because agriculture is needed for food security for everywhere, but we are focusing only climate hotspot where we have the negative impact. We have the impact like salinity, drought, temperature, and frequency and intensity of other weather events, which actually leads to false crop yield up to 30% in Bangladesh. And food security, a 25% population remain food insecure. And because of the salinity, 455,000 hectares of land remain fallow. So agriculture, when we talk, it's not about only plant, it talks about fisheries and livestock. So gradually we are incorporating agriculture and fisheries and livestock in our adaptation clinic approach. So our adaptation clinic is to, as I said, is to build the resiliency of the farmer. Adaptation strengthens the capacity of the climate vulnerable farmer to manage increasing risk and climate change trend. So we gave them 4 types of support: technological support, innovations, and also advisory support, and also climate information service, whatever we have available. And we have a partnership with MIT to make long-term projections, so we are utilizing that. And also we try to build the capacity of the peoples in the lens of adaptation. And our adaptation clinic has 4 major pillars: food security, climate change adaptation and mitigation, social protection and empowerment, and financial schools. And when we try to implement that, we found sometimes men are coming to the clinic with their problems, but women are very less. So then we designed another approach, is called mobile adaptation clinic. So instead of people comes to us, we go to their home yards and make our plans, describe them, and they come up with their problems. We give them solutions. So far, we try to design our adaptation clinic model in such a way it covers the principle of LLA, and also it's try to align the government system involving all the entities actually working through adaptation sector or actually the agricultural sector, so that the scalability in the near future does not hamper. I will stop here.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Please note that the presentation actually is what you make the details about the initiative is actually what you're going to present to the people when they come to your group. So just, the other is what's the title, and just make it snappy. Then people will come and you still have to repeat it, and then we'll answer these questions in the group. Please, over to you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here and talk about community seed bank today, representing the organization Leeward. Actually, the community seed bank is not a new term itself. When you look at, back at the history, we are also supporting the community to actually establish and implement the community seed bank concept since last 20 years. But the relevance of the community seed banks these days has been increased even before because of its multiple functionalities. Generally, what we understood largely is community seed bank is all about seeds and the infrastructure, but it is beyond the seed. And we have been able to generate different multiple functions and services that the community seed banks is effectively providing for the smallholder farmers in our region. The first thing is it actually it has been supporting to conserve the agrobiodiversity, strengthening local seed system, providing quality seeds, and actually provisioning diversity in the farming system. These days, actually, the farmers are losing their seeds and diversity rapidly. And it has been a concern for the food security and also limiting to actually adopt and build the resilience. Given the crisis, it has been increased these days. And it is very important actually to make sure that there is a diversity to ensure the food security and sovereignty. The diversity is the source of adaptation and resilience. And then it also generates the income. We have been able to generate very good evidences for actually integrating the farmer-city enterprise from where the farm committees are raising the incomes from these community seed banks. So we have that very huge data to share with you. And then there is a big elements of empowerment where the smallholder farmers come together, build their agency, and largely the women farmers are the members of the community seed banks. So, and then in Nepal, the network, the community seed bank network is actually leading by the woman leader. And it also provides the platform for the innovation and learning. These community seed banks are, these days, are actually implementing different farmers' village schools. They are registering seed varieties and actually providing access to them. And finally, it has been effective actually to respond to the crisis. For example, the droughts, and also seed is always been a very scarce resource during the crisis. We have been able to generate these evidences from our recent pandemic and also the earthquake. So to sum up, actually the community seed banks, the community-led mechanism, and its relevance is very much increased these days. But there is a gap in terms of understanding, it's the holistic understanding, policies and capacities, and also there is a limitations of sustained financing that goes to the communities and the local organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please note that there's a colleague of mine there. Please, as you speak, please always look at his side. He will raise something to tell you something about your time. Remember, you also have an opportunity to present this same thing to each group when they come, and then they can ask you questions, and then you come with the answer. Thank you. Over to you, please.
Shall I start?
Yeah, please start.
Thank you very much.
But please always look at that side.
I'm Madan Pariyar, Senior Advisor of International Development Enterprises, IDE. I'm going to share with you the learning experiences of resilient market ecosystem, and will also highlight how this approach has built the resilience of smallholder farmers in Nepal. This approach was adapted and developed by IDE through FCDO's supported Anukulan Brace project. The approach, it is a locally led public-private partnership approach that enables communities to develop sufficient volume of production to enable sustainable impacts. What's happening? The farmers are organized into production groups that serve as vehicles for training and access to agriculture inputs and markets. These groups elect representatives for marketing planning committees that develop climate-smart crop calendars and facilitates access to weather and pricing information, inputs, finance, and other services. Now, through this Anukulan project, utilizing this approach, we have developed around 57 collection centers. We have developed, facilitated 424 private sector enterprises, 182 CVFs, community business facilitators, and also facilitated 41 LAPAs, covering around 2 million, over 2 million people. An independent study was commissioned by FCDO, which found that this is a very, very effective, cost-effective approach. It raises income by 40%, empowers women and girls, and it has a sustainable impact. So nowadays, there is a crisis in funding for development climate works. There is a tremendous need to use development resources effectively, and we think this is a proven cost-effective approach, and scaling is important, is highly recommended for the reason, and I will explain more about it in the session, cafe sessions, and we'll have your feedback and your inputs for the further development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then the final station manager or station director will be given by our sister, and then we go straight into the group and answer these questions that will be shared. Over
Thank
to
you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to those who have joined us just now or after lunch. I'm Samjana Bista, working for DC as the country director. So I'm given the topic supporting smallholder farmers for resilience. We all know food insecurity is there, and we have been talking a lot since this morning. The problem here is how do we deal with that food insecurity situation and how to move to food security and beyond that. That means talking about the resilience of the community. At DCA, we are working mainly with group-based approach, and since 2022, I'm referring to this date because that's our strategic period, 22 to 26, we have worked with more than 500 community-based organizations, and that's our approach to work and to reach the community. We know that these are actually the groups most vulnerable in terms of climate change and disaster risks, but despite that, we are really failing to communicate the signs. We are really failing how to be simple. The problem here is to be as much simple as possible, to be as much grounded as possible, and that is what we are trying to do. In one of our projects, funded by Novo Nordics Foundation, we are trying to transition to agroecology in a longer run through various short-term and longer-term activities. So some of the activities that we will be doing here includes social safety nets, community seed and food banks, market assessment before the monsoon, risk identification and impacting scenario, what kind of risk the people will face when there are certain kind of disasters and how should they be prepared for that. And the change scenario we are envisioning is that we will be in a situation where there is a climate resilient food production practices that not only secure the food supplies but also strengthen the self-reliance and resilience of vulnerable communities, and mainly through the community-based organizations that are led by women. So now we are here to exchange our knowledge, efforts, and findings. Please join us in our group. I will also be joined by our thematic lead, Mr. Rigendra Kharka, who will be able to talk to you more about our very innovative approach, Group 5. So I look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her. So now we go straight to the groups. If you have questions, please you can ask those questions at the group. We are going to probe into this. So may I request that the people sitting here and these two table, you are group 1 for now. So you go with him. You meet here at the group 1. After about 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, we rotate. So this table and this table. Then this table and this table, please, you are group 2. You go over there, give a space so that we don't interfere. And then this group, this table, and that table there, please, group 3, you go to station 3, it's outside. As you get out of here, on the left, you see written table 3, and you go with him. Table 4 will be, group 4 will be those 2 tables there, and then, yeah, the rest behind, please. Group 5. So I'm giving you so many people. Yeah. Group 1 here, or session 1, session 2, session 3, you see it's labeled, session 4 outside, and then session 5. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it will come. He will come or she will come. Group 1 here, session 2 there, session 3. Remember, you will still have to rotate. Some of you who are going out will come back eventually. Please don't forget the key questions. You have 4 questions to discuss. Can we gather now in the plenary so we can hear the report? Please, I would like to request the rapporteurs for each of the groups to come and take the stage. Yes, sir. Yes, two. We have two of you. Yes, Sharon, you are the rapporteur, please. Yeah. Take any of them you want. Hello, everyone. We are the ones standing in between us and the dinner. So please, may I request the rapporteurs of the various stations to come forward? You have been elevated, you have been promoted. Please come forward. If your rapporteur's report is not ready yet and you want to consult with the group leader, please just do so. I know they finish early, so they will start. Okay. Where are the rapporteurs? Okay. Are you sure you have got the consent of the station manager? Everybody's agreeing on what you are going to present? So we're expecting one. Is everybody here? We need to hear the outcome, please. Let us. And again, if there are questions. Sorry, which, are you the rapporteur? Are you also rapporteur? Oh, you're going to fill in any gaps. So you have a backup. So that's adaptation strategy in case. Okay. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have one more group. Yeah. Let me call the rest and then we can start. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Because of time, we've got to get going. We did change over about 3 times, and so you had the opportunity to ask questions. So now I want to listen to Harvest's ideas on your answers or responses to the 4 key questions. Remember this, so please focus on these questions as you give your rapporteur's report. Can I volunteer you start first? Yeah. Yeah, because you finished earlier, so you have, so I want to give the other people the breathing space to start. Okay, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you also for letting me speak first. I think it was a very interesting discussion in our team, but also we realized that the time was not sufficient. But we managed to cover the topics. To start with, what are the locally led aspect of specific LLA initiative? We actually didn't manage to talk a lot about which locally led adaptation we would like to focus. But of course, because it started with DCA and its intervention on agroecology, we sort of centered around that and what are the good aspects of agroecology, how can it be scaled up and things like that. But we really agreed that the concept of agroecology, we have not been able to apply all the principles of agroecology in all the areas. So it's very important that we start with some of the principles on agroecology and we try to plan context specific, because one formula doesn't fit all and in all the settings. One suggestion that also came around was, of course, engaging the community people in the planning process, mobilizing the community-based organizations, networks, and associations to get the scaling up of locally led adaptation initiatives. And in our case, we focused on agroecological practices. We also talked that the toolkits or the tools that we develop, different organizations or the government, whoever introduces it, we need to build on that and continue to take that up so that we do not create very new toolkits by ourselves. So we build onto that. And then we talked about private sector engagement as one of the strategy that we should be taking moving forward, especially in terms of what kind of changes will be required in that line. We discussed about private sector engagement. We also discussed that in some of the countries, for example, there was a case from Bangladesh where we discussed that there was a huge subsidy provided on the inorganic fertilizers, but at the same time you also have the policy towards greening the agricultural practices. So there is a mismatch, and it is in many countries as well. So we should really lobby and talk about how to create a balance between policy and practices, especially from the government level. More time we actually discussed about who should be engaged to make things happen, right? To ensure that the smallholder farmers get the support needed. There was also a context discussed that early warning systems are there. For example, we talked about Nepal. There are also a lot of cases of cyclones in Bangladesh, but it hasn't really reached to the smallholder farmers. They do not understand what kind of messages are coming and how to react in what kind of situation. So there was a suggestion that impact-based forecasting and simplifying the knowledge to smallholder farmers would be very important. And for that to happen, we really need to engage all the stakeholders required. More importantly, there was a suggestion that we really need to include the planning commission or the planning body, whichever it is called in different countries. In the case of Nepal, it's planning commission at the provincial level and also the federal level. We really need to engage that, and we discussed that there is a disconnect. We need to engage the Agriculture Research Council, especially in case of Nepal, and there are also this similar kind of research councils in other countries. We really need to engage them, mobilize the networks, information dissemination services, such as the weather forecasting stations, as the stakeholder and as the important partner while planning and also implementing the locally led adaptation projects. And finally, whenever we are hiring any staff or mobilizing anyone, we need to think about the local experts and local people. So as much as we engage them, then it is easier to reach out to the most vulnerable, to the smallholder farmers, and make them understand about the situation they are in. So I would stop there. That was the brief about what we discussed in our group, and we can answer if there would be opportunity for QA session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her. Any burning questions, especially from people who did not participate in her group? Any burning question? Going, gone. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, sir.
Hi, everyone. We were Group 1, and it was facilitated by Mr. Madhav Gulkar, who did an excellent job fielding all the questions. There definitely was not enough time to go through all the questions, however. So I'll try and go through some key questions and answers that came out. We didn't stick with the sort of the questions here. The questions were and answers were quite free flowing, so I'll also highlight some interesting bits. So we talked a lot about a specific app, the Farm Precise app, which provides information on pesticide use, on exact compositions of complex fertilizer compositions, and when the question came up about what are the sort of locally led aspects of this, the answer was around informed choice. So the informed choice of the farm holder to decide what are they going to do next, what are they going to, what crops are they going for, how much fertilizer should they use, what kind of fertilizer should they use. So it was really about that informed choice. There was also a discussion that you can't get 100% of adaptation, right? You can't get 100% of farmers using this, but trying to get as much as possible is the goal. We also talked about gender, so there was a question on who's using these apps. Are women able to access these apps? Do they have the literacy and capability? And sort of the answer sort of came back that it's often not about capability. Sometimes it's about ownership. Do women have the own a smartphone that they can use to access this? And the response was that there are also farmer field schools, I believe they're called, where once a fortnight there will be a field advisor who will go to a specific location. Farmers will sort of gather and information still provided in that way. We talked about scaling and next steps. What are the kind of things that you need to scale even further? And really sort of the discussion landed around needing localized data because there's such a wide variety of ecological conditions. You need access to more local data so that you can provide more local specific information to farm holders. And finally, we also talked about sustainability and the need to sort of engage with government systems. The app functions as a way of ensuring that even when the project ends, there is still knowledge that's retained and that's not lost even once the project ends. I think those were sort of the main highlights from the discussion.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. Any burning question to this group? Particularly from people who did not attend this group. So fresh ideas, questions? Thank you. Since you want to go, I wanted to give you some time to put your notes together. But if you want to go face the fire, it's okay. Okay.
Thank you. So we are the Community Seeds group. I'll respond. We had a very fruitful and engaging discussion, I thought, and I'll try to respond to the questions and how the discussion sort of shaped around these questions. First of all, around what are the local-led aspects of community seed banks. So one of the things that we agreed that, okay, not all the 8 principles can be applied, because the way these operations run. But if you look at the first one is very important, the devolved decision making. So here, the community farmers, the decisions are made at the community level, so it's very much grounded within the communities. And then also these lead to community empowerment, women empowerment. So I think that's principle number 4 or something. I'm forgetting the. So yes, there are multiple principles do apply, but not probably all 8 would apply. In terms of why it should be scaled up, this was a very interesting discussion, because the way we felt is that these seed banks should not be perceived as just only for seeds. They offer multiple other benefits, and that's where the benefits come from, and that's why these should be scaled up. So these are community places where people can engage, can discuss, and discuss about other solutions. And one of the reasons why these should also be scaled up, because there was this question that, okay, as climate change, traditional seeds may not be resilient to these changes. So there was an opposite sort of argument put forward that some seeds are actually more resilient than the GMOs and the other ones. So therefore, these should be preserved or can actually benefit. So both, some may not be as resilient, but traditionally these are beneficial. But then the other important question was around maladaptation. So as farmers change with climate change and others, they change cropping pattern. These changing cropping pattern could lead to maladaptations. For example, often crops are more water intensive, so some of these traditional practices or community seeds sort of provide you resistance against maladaptation. So that's another reason for them to be scaled up. In terms of evidence, there was suggestion that in Nepal there are at least 40 seed banks, and of them 27 have become financially solvent, and they're generating and they're sustaining. So these are very good examples. Some obviously couldn't sustain, because actually at the end of the day finance matters. So these this leads to the second question: what's the best approach to scale up at the national level? What was suggested is that, okay, predictable and dedicated financing would towards these sort of initiatives would lead to their sustaining and then scaling them up. So therefore, there are some changes in the policy. One of the key changes that was suggested is that right now I think there's not enough legal recognition for this sort of initiative. So policy should recognize these things, and therefore there should be dedicated recognition or support for this sort of initiative, especially from the local government. And there should also be building of awareness that the multiple benefits this sort of initiatives provide. Again, constantly what came up is that, okay, if we can't show sort of a business case for this sort of initiative, it's very hard for them to sustain. But again, that business case should also indicate that these are just not places where you go to get seeds, but they offer multiple other benefits. So that leads to the fact that, okay, who are the actors that should be engaged? Of course, one of the key actors is local government, but then they should be supported by national government, but also very important to have private sector through the CSR and the other initiative, which would lead to the business case. But then the 2 other key actors, one was the research entities who would help us to generate evidence that this sort of model or the seed banks do work and can contribute towards community resilience. And then finally, very important was building capacity and also awareness around community, because young people tend to not more, earlier we see that, okay, their interest is not so much around these sort of initiatives. So we have to build their capacity and build their awareness, and that could also provide, some of the youth organization that could also be important actors towards scaling this sort of initiative. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Final question to him? None. Please, your group.
Hi everyone. So I will be reflecting on the resilient market ecosystem approach by IDE, which Mr. Madan Pariyar presented. We also had largely discussed about the initiative, and we did not explicitly discuss the questions, but we've tried to capture some of the key points. And I also invited a colleague from IDE who can fill in some of the gaps. So to begin with, what are the locally led aspects of this initiative. So the resilient market ecosystem approaches, it entails the community-led collection centers, which are partially funded by local governments as well as the local communities. And so these profits that generate is shared back into the community themselves. So there's a significant amount of community ownership, and it devolves, once again, the decision-making all the way down to the local level, which is one of the major principles of locally led adaptation. And there's significant local ownership because local government participation and support to the process is crucial to driving it forward, which is another key actor. And then throughout the process involves communities developing crop calendars themselves. So this is informed by indigenous knowledge, which is also another one of the LLA principles. And the whole process facilitates collaboration between different sets of local actors. For instance, the market ecosystem approach has something called the community business facilitators, which are essentially intermediaries between private sector suppliers and smallholder farmers. So thereby, and these CBFs are often members of the local communities themselves, which enables smallholder farmers to trust them. And this once again strengthens their ownership and also promotes collaboration among local actors. So these are some of the key principles that are already embedded within this approach. In terms of question 2 and 3, these are sort of merged together. Why should it be scaled up? Why should it be scaled up? So the main point that we discussed, that the process allows farmers to generate income out of it. So this contributes to building their resilience and adaptive capacity. And as I was mentioning, what is the best approach to scale up and what sort of changes are required? We sort of merged it together. There are 3 large points. First, strengthening public-private producer partnerships. And this will help ensure sustainability of the input supply value chain and also the financing mechanisms. Another approach would be integrating this model within different agricultural development strategies that different countries have, both at the local level and the central level. And finally, leveraging different sort of technological innovation, such as digital advisory services. These are the main approaches and changes that must be required to scale this up. And what actors need to be engaged is not quite different than what the rest of the people said. Obviously, local communities themselves. Then we have the private sector, this local government, and more specifically, government extension agencies. And we also discussed to generate evidence, we also need to engage research entities and academic entities. In addition to that, there were some questions raised during the discussion. Some of the challenges that this process has, input aggregation may vary across geographies, and crop calendars may not work similarly across different agroclimatic zones. And one of the discussants pointed out the climate change focus is not as strong. It's a very locally led process, but the locally led climate adaptation aspect of it is not as explicitly defined. And Mr. Ali Thakur also pointed out it also has a very romantic view of the communities where communities will actively collaborate for the process. And when someone mentioned that while the model is great, we need to collect more evidence and facts and figures to show that it works. To which we responded that I think ID already conducted an independent evaluation study and which showed that the process works, and some local governments have already integrated into their systems, which shows that it works. So to scale it up, what needs to be done, that more local government need to own this, and eventually that can be scaled up to the central government. Maybe I will request my colleague to fill any gaps that were there. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. And with adding to the resilient market ecosystem, actually this collection center is managed by the market and planning committee, which is overall led by the cooperatives itself. And also on regards to the community business facilitator, mostly this community business facilitator, their capacity has been enhanced in terms of marketing skills, as well as in terms of the technical aspects. We also tie up with the government entities to train those community business facilitators in terms of technical capacity as a CBF to be one of the plant doctor that has been trained how to diagnose and how to give the best recommendation for the problem that community people is coming up. And besides from that, we also link those CBF with the district level agribet as well. And that CBF works with the commission basis, and also the CBF plant doctor which has been trained with some technical expertise, they can leverage with the local government in conducting the plant clinic as well. In the plant clinic, they can leverage some of the good safe use technical packages. And in the past, I think mostly this collection center works well for the mid-hills and mostly for the plain region. It works on on the infrastructure development for the local hat bazaar as well. Thank you all. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Question? None. Now to the group 1.
Group 2. Yeah. Thank you. So I'm reporting back from group 2, which was on food security for landless and smallholder farmers. And Mr. Mohammad Liaquat Ali from BRAC facilitated the discussion, and he showcased their work on adaptation clinic. As he mentioned in his 2-minute pitch of the idea of, or coming up the name of adaptation clinic, because when we human beings get sick or unwell, we go to doctors and clinics. So the farmers who depend completely on the climate-sensitive sector or climate-sensitive sector for their livelihood, they should also have a clinic where they can come for services when that's required. So they provide 4 different kinds of services through these adaptation clinics to farmers. Primarily smallholder farmers is the technical services in terms of inputs, financial farming techniques and mechanism. There is also advisory services, digital climate adaptation solutions, and also capacity building for them. So they particularly focused on the example of producing sunflowers, because it's particularly very relevant and have proved to be profitable in the southwest coastal region of Bangladesh. And when we talked about the first question, what are the aspects of LLA or locally led adaptation? The first one, obviously being the major one, the devolved decision-making process. So the farmers actually have the flexibility and the luxury, actually, or should I say, how it should be, like how they can select and prioritize on which particular farming technique or which particular product they want to go for, and based on their needs, based on the time of the season that they want to go for. BRAC caters to their services and provide them or strengthen their capacity so that they can go on the farm and do the techniques. One question particularly was why sunflower and not any other variety. So increasing trend has been there that the production rate of local variants of crops has been declining. So they are coming up with new and innovative varieties that can sustain for them for a longer period. The simplicity and flexibility of the funding was also discussed. So it is a phased approach. In the first phase, I think in the first 2 years, they provide the agricultural inputs to the farmers, but also financial support to start investing on the production. But in the second phase, as they graduate from the previous one, they are, the support, financial support significantly gets reduced so that they can be prepared to sustain on their own self. They are, I think, currently in transitioning from first to second stage, but they're yet to monitor like how they will perform when they graduate without any support at all. The financial sustainability angle was also discussed, like how do they anticipate will the graduated farmers sustain on their own in the coming years? I think it's yet to be seen because they haven't progressed that much yet. We also discussed about who are the actors that are currently being engaged and should be engaged. So definitely the Department of Agriculture Extension is one of the key partners that they're already engaging with. I think other country members also mentioned about the local government institutes in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh's case, it's the Union Porishad, the Upazila Porishad. We also discussed about the importance of engaging locally elected representatives. And around that topic, the question of how this whole process or initiative is dealing with the regime change came in. And Mr. Liaquat mentioned that the initial days or first few months, there was a bit of a friction or pushback because there was apparently no leader, or they were not in the front line to actually cater to the needs of the farmers. But eventually, as the farmers went there and showed them the evidence that this is our work is for our betterment or resilience only, nothing related to any particular party or interest. So only then they were able to convince the new government or the regime. I think one interesting point that came into the last round of discussion is on the the profitability or the business model for BRAC itself. The question was like why BRAC chose to do it. There is this benefit or the wide angle for the farmers, but how they are also linking or making any kinds of business angle out of it. So sunflower, actually, as they mentioned, each and every part of it can be used and utilized for multiple purposes, including by taking, crushing the seeds and getting the oil of it. So BRAC has actually partnered or linking them with a global, it's called Globe, I think, if I'm not wrong, the seed crushing organization, basically. And they're also now thinking of exporting the oil if the production goes to that level. I think, yeah, that's it more or less from my end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is great. I will not attempt to summarize everything. I'll just pick some few points. But please, there's a request that please, if you can write this up. I know you have just a short time to get this done. Please write them up and give them to Anju. Because she said, if you don't do that, she will not allow me to leave Nepal. Okay. Yeah, but I think there's some very interesting things that I think each of us could pick. Issue of engaging the local community comes out very strongly. Allowing farmers to make informed choice. Putting farmers, that's ownership, and to be in the driving seat. And then ensuring that it follows a devolved decision-making at the community level. I think, and also the fact that some of the LLA initiatives actually could respond to both climate adaptation and other multiple projects. I think it came up from what you mentioned. Local participation that builds upon indigenous knowledge. I think those are very excellent things. I think I also see a lot of points on private sector engagement. PPP is also coming up because that will help to ensure sustainability, which is also another word that came out clearly. Financial profitability, and somebody just mentioned just now, what's the business model? To what extent can this continue? What's the business model to ensure that they continue? Engaging people, even though LLA should be at the local government, devolved level, but also they need some backing up at the national level, particularly when it comes to policy. Somebody mentioned that sometimes the policy can be incoherent. The policy says one thing, but what is being done is another thing. So this conflict, it happens in many places. I can cite examples, particularly in Africa, where then people get confused. And also the private sector. Because the private sector want to engage, they want to take risk, they are risk takers, but they want to be sure of the terrain. They want to make calculated risk. So I think these are very important points. The people that should be involved, the planning commission, the research extension officers, the councils, and co. So the people should be involved, the government, the local people themselves, as well as the various people. And I think one other key that also point out, I think came out very clearly there is the fact for raising awareness at different levels. It came out strongly in many of the presentations, as well as building capacity on the incentives, and then showing the evidence. If you want to talk to the private sector or anybody, they will say, show me that this thing works. So I think that evidence is actually coming out very strongly. I think that's good. So on that, I want to say these ideas are actually the points you raised within a very, very short period. So I think this is an excellent thing. Somebody said, oh, your wristwatch seems to be so fast. Yes, it's because we have a short time. I know next time we'll do better. But for this one, please join me to give a round of applause to these colleagues who have done excellently well. And also for yourselves, because like I said, these are your ideas. Please give a round of applause to yourselves. May I invite now the station directors to come forward and let's take a group photo. The rapporteurs and the station directors, please come forward. We take a group photo. You can join us. You are a rapporteur. Don't be afraid, you will not be charged. Don't worry. Okay, please come forward. Please come forward. Let's take a group photo. So on this note, I want to say thank you so much, everyone. Namaste. And then I hand over now to Anju, or to you.
Thank you. That's the end of the day. We have a networking dinner. I think in the, sorry. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we have the networking dinner now, and tomorrow I will start from 9 a.m. actually.